Hi
So well,
everyone. I'm Joe Cronin. I'm the chair of the IMA, and we're not sure what happened to Dr. Falame, but I'm sure she'll be right back. Anyway, welcome to our colloquium today. Music is the heartbeat of the soul, and we've got several presenters. We've got uh, just one of my almost next door neighbors from Yellow Springs. DJ Shane Creepingbear is joining us, and he's going to he is the Yellow Springs DJ. If you ever go to the Yellow Springs Gulch, you'll know Shane. And anyway, he gets the whole town rocking. And we've also got several presenters today, and we got a lot of energy to bring to you. I'm not sure what happened to Falami, but why don't we take I don't know, about a minute to just listen to Shane and just kind of get the vibe, and then we're going to get rolling after that. Where are
I'm
we
back.
at? Oh, there
I'm
we
back.
are. Okay,
We had a
did
little
it.
technical difficulties. I am back in the building. Dr. Falami is back. Thank you. That gave those of you a little pause time. So as I was saying before we got rudely interrupted, I am excited to be here. It is the Autumn Colloquium. I love talking about music. I love doing music, and I'm so glad that you're sharing this afternoon with us. And so welcome. It is a great day today, and I want to take time just to give a moment of silence for it is September the 11th, and I would be remiss not to give a moment of silence to those who lost their lives, loved ones who lost their lives. So please let us just take a moment of silence right now and to give our thoughts to those who were impacted by September 11th. Thank you. Okay, so if you haven't already put your name, where you are in this world, please put it in the chat. As you know, many of you who have attended our colloquium, this is a community, and this is an opportunity for us to learn from other folks, learn from each other. And so let's see where we are in the world, and to have the option to just say hello. So I'd like to turn it over to our illustrious leader, Dr. Joseph Dr. Joe Cronin, and have him to share some words. You should have received the agenda. Hopefully you received the agenda and want to us to follow the agenda as it is printed. So Joe, if you share some words and then you can slide right into your presentation.
Hi everyone, and welcome. This is our fourth colloquium, and we have been under the guidance of our leader, Falame. Dr. Falame has just been a tremendous inspiration to this whole program. We really just began again about a year and a half ago, and we're expanding, we're growing. And we're doing some really cool stuff. I mean, I am amazed every time a new term rolls around. I get all the syllabi for new courses that people have put together, and it just blows my mind what you're all doing. So, really, this is to all of our learners out there that you just stay in there and keep going. You're doing amazing work. And sometimes you don't realize the progress you're making, but I think many of us see tremendous shifts and changes in the work you're doing, and it's an inspiration to me. So I'd like to just acknowledge several of the people who are here, and then I'm going to roll into a presentation on the blues. First of all, I want to thank Laurel team. from the transformative learning communities. I don't know, Laurel, if you could just give a brief hello and say what you want to say.
Thanks, Joe. I'm honored to be here. I'm really excited to hear the speakers today and engage in conversation. And I'm kind of in the background putting stuff up in the chat. I'm going to put up the agenda as well, because I think there was a couple people that couldn't find it in their emails. So excited to be here. And yeah, please just feel free to put questions in the chat and I will support with that.
Thank you so much, Laurel. And I want to piggyback on what you said. First of all, I'm so appreciative of this team of Laurel, Joe, Ashley, and Vanessa. We support each other in so many ways behind the scenes, and it really does make a difference and make this such an amazing opportunity and event. So thank you so much. And so please, this is a conversation, y'all. And so if you have questions, if you need to take a humanity break, if you need to turn off your camera, we understand that. We know that you're engaged. We know that you're here. And it does mean a lot that you're taking a beautiful Saturday possibly to spend time today. So I so much appreciate you being here. So again, talk throughout the chat, ask questions, and yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
I also want to recognize and have Ashley Nielsen say hi and share a hello from Ojai, California.
Hey everyone, I just spilled my coffee. It's early morning here, didn't quite get through it in time. Excited to be here with you all today. Flami, as always, blown away by what you have created and excited to be part of it. All right, guys.
Thanks. Thank you, Ashley. Vanessa is going to join us a bit late. It's her between birthday. She and her mother are born on the 10th and the 12th, and they always have celebrated on the 11th. So we're going to honor her time, and she's going to join us a bit later today. You know, that's kind of the nucleus of the IMA. I also want to bring in a couple of our faculty to just say a word. One is Brother Nathan Singer, whom I've known since I started at Antioch in 2003.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. I think we've got a lot of great, interesting things to talk about today. And you know, music is the thing that guides me through everything that I do, including and especially the work we do here at Antioch. So I'm really excited for the day, and I'm really happy to see you all.
Thanks, Nathan. And I'd like to invite Sister Josette Lovemore to say a word of greetings.
Wow, what a privilege. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really enjoying everybody's faces. Hi, everybody that I've seen over the years. So wonderful to be here. Looking forward to jamming with some music. I'm excited about this. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. I think we're going to have time to introduce one another and all of the learners here at various times throughout the day. So I'm not going to do that right now, but please, at any time today, if you want to say something, just join in and say it. You know, Flame has put together an amazing lineup of people, and unfortunately, I'm the first one. You know, and I volunteered for this because I absolutely love the blues and always have. It goes back to my early teen years, really, and when I really discovered music. And I wanted to start us off with a song, and I'll see if I can pull it up without being too disruptive. song is from Muddy Waters. And yeah, so I'm just gonna play a little bit. The blues had a baby and they called it rock and roll. I'm going to do a kind of a story of a road trip that I took in 2014 by myself. You know, I went through a period of transition, and many of us go through these. And in this transition, I pretty much had, you know, been through a divorce. I kind of got dumped by somebody, and I was feeling pretty low. And you could say I had the blues, and I set some time aside to go to Washington, D.C. to meet up with the person who dumped me. And you know, that wasn't going to work out. So I said, what am I going to do? Am I going to sit here and be miserable? And I decided to do a road trip. And I decided to take that week and drive from Yellow Springs, Ohio, down to New Orleans. And I went by way of Nashville and tried to visit every single music site I could see on the way down there and on the way back. And so this is really a little bit from that road trip. It's not the whole thing, but it's a little bit of it. And one of the first places I went was Nashville, where you kind of get dominated by a few figures there. One of them is Johnny Cash. But what, you know, besides the Parthenon and famous landmarks in Nashville, hold on a minute. Okay, and here's my bibliography. But besides, you know, visiting a few landmarks in Nashville, what I also did was visit the bridge where the Jubilee Singers from Fisk University had crossed to carry on an African-American tradition that goes back to the 19th century. And if you've ever read W.E.B. Du Bois's The Soul of Black Folk, you might be familiar with his homage to the Jubilee Singers and the tradition of spirituals. Because really, that's really where, in my view of things, contemporary popular American culture was born. So after visiting those landmarks, I went to Georgiana, Alabama, and that's the home of Hank Williams, who I have to say is one of my favorite early country blues singers. Anyway, here's a list of the bibliography. So I'm not basing this all on just story and myth. I'm also basing it on research. So, you know, if you want these sources, I'll share the PowerPoint at the end. Okay, so the Blues Highway. You all may have heard of this. It's kind of made famous by Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited. There's lots of legend and lore about this highway, but it basically winds from New Orleans up to Memphis, Tennessee. It became known as the Blues Highway because so many great blues singers came from the Mississippi Delta, where it goes through. Basically, you go from New Orleans, and then you go up to Baton Rouge, and then St. Francisville in Louisiana, and then you make your way over to Vicksburg, Natchez, and then you just follow up the Delta through Port Gibson and Clarksdale, and then ultimately end up in Memphis. So that's the route. Now, this is New Orleans. New Orleans is, many believe, the home of jazz. And famous singers like Louis Armstrong came from there. And one of the things I want to mention is that Louis Armstrong got his start playing for funerals in New Orleans, because many of the you know, when they have a funeral, they have a march through town, through the streets. And when they have the marches through the streets, they have a band that follows the funeral party. And many African-American players would make a living playing in bands following, you know, the funeral, you know, the people carrying the casket and all of that. So the idea of a parade and the idea of a marching band were born, right? Now, you know, here's the empty streets of New Orleans, and here's one of the grave sites. Notice how the graves are above ground. One thing that traditionally would happen is people would come sometimes in the middle of the night to put things out on the top of graves, to leave for people so that they wouldn't come back in the middle of the night and bother them. You know, when they got out of their graves, they might be hungry, so they leave like food and things like that there. Now, this tradition actually is an African tradition, and it has to do with ancestor worship, and it has to do with the idea that the ancestors are always among us. They're never completely gone, and so it's their spirits that we honor. And so by leaving out dishes and things like that, we're also honoring the people in those graves. There's one thing I also want to mention about New Orleans is it's a predominantly Catholic culture. According to Albert J. Roboteau, 95% of African Americans in the United States came through the Caribbean. 95%. Now, in many cases, there were slave markets in Kingston, Jamaica, in Havana, Cuba. Those were two of the larger ones. But one thing that we often don't realize is how prosperous Haiti was at the time of the American Revolutionary War. In fact, in 1780, Haiti outproduced all 13 American colonies in economic production because of the sugar trade. So Haiti was largely a slave culture. There was about a 9-to-1 ratio of slaves to white people. And that's an important thing to note, because what happened in Haiti and what also happened in Jamaica, which was primarily a Protestant culture, was that different traditions developed in these island nations among the slaves. And the slaves were deliberately mixed from different tribes of Africa because they all had different linguistic backgrounds. And this way of mixing people together by the slaveholders was a way of keeping them from organizing and rebelling. Now, what slaves also began to bring with them were different forms of musical traditions that transcended all those linguistic differences. And one of those forms of musical encounter was drumming. In American plantations, the plantation sizes were much smaller. In fact, the plantation sizes in America were, literally 1/100th the size of some of the Caribbean plantations at that time. America really didn't grow. I'm talking about the United States really didn't grow giant plantations until after cotton became king, and after many Native Americans were decimated from the middle of the South, from basically Alabama through Mississippi, really beginning in the western part of Georgia. So what became the Cotton Belt, right, was originally Indian lands, and we have a few presidents to thank for that. One of them is Andrew Johnson. And there's a couple events like the War of 1812, which initiated huge periods of massacres of Native Americans. You may have heard of the Trail of Tears, which was 1846, where many African Americans left out of a forced relocation and went to Oklahoma. But the point is that in some traditions, that recognition of the Indian spirit and the Indian place in these regions was never lost. So here we have a picture of an Indian saint in New Orleans. This is the grave of Marie Laveau, the voodoo queen. When I started thinking about all the different themes in blues music, a couple of them just stick out. You may have we just listened to Muddy Waters, and one of his themes has to do with getting his mojo working, right? And you've heard the song "Get Your Mojo Working," and this is why I went with my Jesus monkey on the road trip. We decided that after I got thrown out of my household and got dumped by this woman, that I was going to go down to Louisiana and get me a mojo hand. Now, the lyrics of Muddy Waters' song, "Going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand," tell a whole lot about what was going on in early blues music. One of them is the theme of the devil. One of them is the theme of drinking and liquor. One of them is the theme of kind of capturing the magic spirit of music and getting it to work for us. And of course, one of the things that you can't ignore, and if you listen to any blues music, is that a lot of it is about sex. So, having said that, The idea is to get our mojo working. And that's what much of the early blues music was all about, was remember that this was the music of the working class. This is the point that I really, if I have one point to make, it's this, that the blues was created not by rich elite people, not by people who went to Juilliard and the well-polished schools of music, but rather people sitting on their front porch. People who mostly were working people and either working in the cotton fields or working on the levee. The levee is a huge dike that was built along the Mississippi Valley so that they could grow more cotton along the Delta. And that is the place that the blues was born. So I just want to introduce a few things about Mississippi, the birthplace of America's music, right? The first is the plantations. You can't go there and not see these massive plantations. And in fact, it's worth visiting because on many plantations, you'll see that the slave quarters are almost always visible. They're always there because slaves did all the work on the plantations. They were both the crafts workers, the coopers, the metal workers, and you know, the people who had specific crafts, and then they were also the farm workers. What was introduced from the Caribbean was gang labor. Gang labor was first invented by the Dutch in the 17th century in Brazil, and this is all addressed by Herbert Klein in his book on African slavery in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what they would do, what the Dutch quote innovation in slave labor was to use gangs of laborers. And you've of course, we in the United States have adopted many of the practices that were used on the early sugar plantations in the cotton plantations. So you had gangs of slaves going out, men and women, into the cotton fields, both to plant and to pick. And picking cotton was probably the most difficult of the hardest labor job on the entire plantation. Because remember, these places also grew their own food. And they're also located on the Mississippi Valley because they were selling exports. Remember that the cotton grew to be king, not because there was just so much raw demand for cotton, but because there were factories and mills in England where they made cotton into textiles that were sold in markets, sometimes throughout Europe, sometimes in the Far East, because they were also trading for spices. In other words, cotton became part of the first global economy. And remember that none of this happens without the slave labor. Okay, so there's many things that we can associate with these manners, but I'm going to move on. There's also the mosses that we've heard about. Okay, now we all know that the South has racist traditions. Sherman is the American general who did the march onto Atlanta and burnt everything within a 10-mile path. There are many in the South, many white people in the South in particular, who feel that they were, that was a form of, I don't know how to even put it, a different form of warfare than they were familiar with. But in any case, those resentments lingered. Once the Northern armies occupied the South, and we have to think of it that way, that the Union armies came into the South, and my source for this is Leon Litwack, Been in the Storm So Long. Once the Union armies came in and occupied the South, they also occupied the plantations where most people lived. Now, this was good news for the newly freed men, as they were called, but it was also bad news for the older slaves, because if you grew up on a slave plantation, remember, this was your only form of Social Security. So many slaves were afraid of being let go, and you know, kind of you know, afraid that their way of life would be lost forever, and in many cases it was. But this is part of the story of the blues, is that the early blues people were itinerant workers. This is a really important moment in American labor history, because what happened is when people were freed up from the plantations, they could move freely to find work. Now, many of them ended up finding work on the levees. You've probably heard the Led Zeppelin song, The Levee. There's a Charlie Patton blues song called High Water Everywhere, which was about a flood in 1913 in the levee. Anyhow, there's all kinds of labor history behind the scenes of the blues, but one of the themes that you run into, and you hear this in numerous songs, is the theme of rambling, right? You know, the idea that, you know, I'm a rambling man, you know, and all that kind of thing, and moving around. That's because the people who worked on the levees were free to leave and go. Of course, they worked for subsistence wages there. And then at night, they would begin to play for the other workers. And on Saturday nights, that's when they'd have the big hoedown and get drunk and sing some songs. Anyway, all right, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. So there were groups of itinerant singers in the Mississippi Delta region. One of them was the Rabbitfoot Minstrels, and you'll see a couple famous figures here. Ma Rainey, who is famous for the song Jailhouse Rock, and you might know that from that because that was appropriated by Elvis Presley later on. And Louis Jordan, who was a famous saxophone player, not the Louis Armstrong in New Orleans, but he was a tremendous saxophone player. Now back to Muddy Waters. McKinley Morganfield, who took the name Muddy Waters, and this is another thing that the early blues singers did, was they took on different persona. When they played, they became somebody else. His nickname given to him by his grandmother was Muddy Waters. He is one of the most innovative of the early blues singers. This is the shotgun shack that he was born in. And in fact, it's about, you know, it's one room, and here's what it looks like on the inside. You know, there's a little stove where they cooked, and pretty much the entire family would live in that one little room. And there's references to shotgun shacks in lots of songs, Talking Heads. I could go on and on, but anyway. But anyway, this kind of architecture, of the kind of the one-room house with the front porch, is where the early blues singers began to play. And in fact, they learned how to rig their instruments together and make guitars on these front wooden posts, and they would nail cat string strings and learn how to play that way. But what really made early blues music spread quickly was, believe it or not, the Sears guitar. Sears began to sell guitars, that they would ship. And so people could actually get, for a couple dollars, you could buy a guitar. And many of the early blues singers played on Sears guitars, and talk about that. This is Clyde Hopkins. He lives in Memphis, and he calls himself the godfather of the blues. Okay, this doesn't look like an amazing place, but it sort of is. This is Clarksdale. Clarksdale is where there were a lot of a number of activists during the civil rights movement, but it's also the home of many of the early blues houses. And I've got my slides out of sequence a little bit. This is B.B. King's blues place on Beale Street. This is Beale Street in Memphis, and so on. But I want to go back to the Delta region. Okay, this is a cotton field, and many of the and this is the slide I wanted. This is the place where Robert Johnson sold his soul to the devil, and it's the crossroads, and it's a famous crossroads between two roads in Clarksdale, which became kind of the epicenter of blues culture. Robert Johnson is an amazing innovator in playing blues guitar. He started working with a slide, and he started playing under Charlie Patton out on some of the levee camps. And then he ultimately learned how to, play just a kick-ass blues guitar that really transformed the way that we even think about guitar playing, and influenced all of the subsequent players. And his story is that he learned how to play the blues guitar by going down to the crossroads, getting down on his knees, and making a deal with the devil. Now, one of the things about the early blues music is that early blues music, was party music. Remember, Saturday nights, there was usually drinking involved. There was usually sex and all that stuff going on. And so it became associated with, devilish behavior. But many of the early traditions it came out of were linked to church music. So that's a significant part of the early blues history. It is that this music just didn't come out of nowhere, but many of it was influenced by the music sung in churches, and it became very it became a problem for people to play blues music in religious communities. And so many of the religious folks in some of these communities began to label it the devil's music, and gave all kinds of stories about how it led to idolatry and devilish behavior. That's why in the Muddy Waters song, Muddy Waters is not afraid to go down to Louisiana and get him a mojo hand, because he needed that power of those those spirits from Marie Laveau, the voodoo queen, whose traditions go again all the way back to Haiti. You can see a number of the great musicians that came along the blues highway. Now, I'm going to transition here to another element of the blues, and that is what you could call the white appropriation of the blues. Now, there were different white versions of the blues, and that's why Hank Williams is so important in the history of blues music, because Hank was, Hank would not only was he an amazing guitarist, but he was also an amazing vocalist, like many of these singers were. And he would incorporate yodeling into his songs. Now, what Elvis Presley did that really was innovative for white musicians at this time was he began to play the black music, and he began to dance like the black men did when they sang their songs, and some of the black women singers did when they sang their songs. And so all of a sudden, Elvis kind of just became this sensation. And again, many people go to Graceland and think of Elvis as some kind of transcendent being, a kind of a god or something along those lines. Lots of other innovators, Honey Boy. I want to just mention one other theme that you find in early blues music, and that is the railroads. Now, the P vine was an early, train route along the Mississippi Delta, but it hooked in at Memphis into the trains that went ultimately to Chicago. And what happened is that there was such a huge recruitment of Black laborers from the South and Appalachian workers, from different Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, et cetera, into some of the northern industrial cities, because they needed cheap labor during the war and after the war. So Muddy Waters actually ended up going to Chicago, and it was in Chicago that the idea of an electronic guitar, an electronic version of playing the blues emerged. I mean, you've all heard the stories of Chuck Berry, and many of these were African-American music innovators, and many of the white musicians who played the blues fashioned themselves after the same players. And so what happened is that the blues kind of emerged into rock and roll. And so the Muddy Waters song that the blues had a baby and they called it rock and roll is just part of the history. These are all pictures of Clarksdale and just weird places in the South. Now, this place here was where a number of early blues musicians got their start. The name of it is Po Monkeys, and it's what was called a juke joint. And the juke joints, they play all night long, and all the stories that I just introduced about drinking and liquor and all the sex stuff, all of that took place in these juke joints. And this was the most famous, and it's right on the edge of a cotton field. So, people would come back after working in the fields, and on Saturday night, they'd all get down to some music. There's juke joints throughout the South, and these are some of the best places today still to go see some real blues music. This is Clarksdale. This is a juke joint outside of Clarksdale. And again, this is a juke joint that was a roadhouse. You've all heard about roadhouses, right? And this is a juke joint in Memphis. All right, so I'm gonna just stop right there, and I'm gonna just say one last thing. You know, Andy Warhol, the artist, created a place in New York called the Factory, where he mass produced pieces of art like the Campbell's soup cans that we're familiar with, or the Marilyn Monroes and the Mick Jaggers. And he was very self-consciously mass producing culture. And he's famous for saying that we all have our 15 minutes of fame. He's also famous for creating certain musicians, like the Velvet Underground comes to mind, Blondie, and you know, there's a few others. And that's because he thought that, you know, culture in its mass production capacity, and we found this out through film, could be mass produced. Culture can be mass produced. Okay, and you know what's developed from that is an idea that both New York and Los Angeles are the centers of American culture, really, because they're the master producers of American culture. And they are the producers of the representations of our culture. That much is true. But I would say that who we really are is created out of the center of the country. And it goes up the Mississippi Valley. And then it spreads outward from there. And it involves both white and black people. It involves people of various colors. And really, the foundation of it is the blues. And I'll just leave on that note, and I'll stop sharing and just throw the floor open. Let's talk about it. The question is, the blues what the center of the American cultural identity? I'm throwing that out there.
Joe, I have a question.
Yeah.
This was really interesting, and I love the pictures, and I want to go, number one. But number two, I'm most concerned about, I mean, not concerned, but interested in the juke joints. So they're still there? They still rocking out? Like, who's playing? Did you record any of that?
oh yeah, I mean, I have probably about a dozen pictures, and they're generally illegal, because what happens is, you know, people got to make money, you know. I mean, but some of them have never, I mean, never changed. And what they do is they'll have like a big giant, you know, there's like kind of tin pools, right? That, you know, you can, like they almost look like bathtubs, right? And they'll just load it with ice, load it with Bud Light, and, you know, whatever beer, have some liquor, and they sell their own. And there's a couple people who collect money at the door, and usually a couple bucks, and they sell their own beer. You're not allowed to bring your own beer in there with you, and they just play all night long. And sometimes it's the same bands playing for 7-8 hours at a time, just like in the old days. I mean, you know, one of the earliest players was Charlie Patton. And if you ever have a chance, please look him up and listen to some of his music. But because he's the one who influenced Robert Johnson and Son House. I wish I had more time to go into some of these people. But Charlie Patton would say that, oh yeah, you know, it was a normal thing to play, you know, 3-4 sets at a time, because this is how they made their living. This is where they made their money on Saturday nights. And, you know, and then the rest of the week, they didn't have to go into those labor camps. Not always. Now, some of them did, you know, and remember, this is working class culture. This is not the Andy Warhols of the earth, you know, creating and mass producing culture. This is working people. And that's really, at least, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but, you know, when I think of what defines Americans, I think of the blues and I think of rock and roll. maybe I'm all wrong. I mean, I know that I'm a generation way too late, but that certainly is what my experience growing up was.
Real quick, Joe. Thank you. This was great. I'm actually going to be talking about blues quite a bit in about an hour or so. So this actually works really well as a link. But I just wanted to say that I was getting like waves of nostalgia watching your slideshow, because a bunch of those places that you showed pictures of, I've played there. Right? Yeah, I've played.
That is awesome.
Beale Street. I played all through Clarksdale. I played juke houses in Clarksdale, and yeah, and they are every bit the legend that goes along with juke houses and juke joints. It's alive and well, at least in Clarksdale, Mississippi. There's a juke house in particular right outside Clarksdale called Reds, and we went one night just to hang out, and we ended up jamming with the band, and we played until sunrise, and they were like, come back tomorrow, and we came back tomorrow the next day, and we did it all over again. And some of the folks that play at Reds came and saw our show. We were playing at Morgan Freeman's place, Ground Zero, and so yeah, I mean, the blues is not the past. The blues is our blood. It's our heart and soul, you know, and it's still beating, at least in Clarksdale.
Yeah.
You're muted.
You know,
Yeah. Yes,
say,
I saw I was muted there. It's just so exciting, and I love, of course, the images that you shared, Joe. And the discussion that was going on in the chat was great. What other questions? Because we do want to make time for break and then hear DJ Shane while we're breaking. So any kind of questions that you all are having, or just comments about Joe's amazing presentation.
Hey, Dr. Joe, very interesting presentation. Loved it. The historical value was just so great. And just going back very deep into it, I'm very intrigued by you were saying that I believe, which is very much acknowledged, that there was a separation of Black people that were brought over by tribe or by region for reasons to separate cultures and language, communication. But that very interesting that you were saying that music transcended that. But I was just wondering if you believe, or if you know, if that was by design or by accident?
Absolutely. You know, according to Herbert Klein, absolutely by design. Now, in other words, there were mostly places on the west coast of Africa where slaves were ensnared and put on, you know, we all know about the Middle Passage where they would overpack the boats and all that. And by the way, if you want a really amazing read on this, it's Bascom's Specters of the Atlantic, which is about finance capital and its relationship to slavery. And you know, Lloyd's of London came into existence in the 17th century as an insurance house, mostly to insure slave ships. And by the way, Lloyd's Bank is still there in London. and the idea was that the crowns of Europe always spent way more money than they brought in. Okay. And so they invented this thing. It wasn't invented just by the crowns, but there was a thing invented called the Joint Stock Company, which, by the way, is the foundation of an American corporation today. The joint stock companies were a lot of investors putting their money together and expecting a return on their investment. So to lure that capital, they would get a number of people to put their money up, right? But guess what? People aren't going to put their money up unless they know they're going to get something back. So they had to guarantee a rate of return. And the guarantee of the rate of return was that they would guarantee that at least 50% of the cargo would land. Okay, so number one is the cruelty of the Middle Passage was the cruelty of capitalism. I mean, it wasn't just some kind of coincidental thing. It's how it happened. And basically, these slave ships were financed. The second thing where they were brought, there were huge slave markets, and they would deliberately bring a couple ships together from different places and linguistically mix people, because people from the Bantu regions, the Congo regions of Africa couldn't communicate with people from the Yoruban traditions and so on, which are on, in the West Coast, the Upper West Coast, or they're both in the West Coast, but one is near where Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, and all of that. The Sao Tome, which is the Portuguese island off of the coast of Africa, was one of the places where they would concentrate the slaves who were captured for sale. But the idea was to sell them in markets. And the thing is if you concentrated, for instance, all Yoruban people into a slave market, they pretty much could communicate with each other. And, in many of the early slave rebellions, and Haiti as a country came into existence after slave rebellions in 1780, right? Those were called by religious leaders, and using drums to call people together. That's why in American slave households, drums were forbidden. Drumming was forbidden. That's why in many Southern churches, people stomp and clap, because drums were illegal in American plantations, because they didn't want rebellions. But the American slave owners began to realize these slaves could organize themselves through music. And that's in fact what happened in Haiti in 1780, 1781, when the Haitian Rebellion happened. But there were repeat rebellions, Turner's Rebellion in 1831, and in the New World, or in the United States rather. Sorry. Anyhow, that's part of the story, was that they were deliberately mixed so that they linguistically and religiously. That actually, the other thing is the American markets, remember 95% of the slaves in the United States came through the Caribbean. They typically wanted English speaking slaves, because it was too hard to break in a slave linguistically and otherwise. So many of them were bought from the markets in Kingston. Okay, but in Louisiana, which was French speaking, and it was a French speaking place up until 1803, when Thomas Jefferson, the Louisiana Purchase, right? That was French speaking. So that had a close affiliation with Haiti. And that's where all the voodoo stuff comes from. But in Jamaica, it was the Obeah traditions. So I could go on and on, but those island cultures got transported into the United States. All right.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. What other questions or comments that you have? This has been amazing, Joe,
Right.
as always. Any other
Comment,
thoughts?
please, if I may.
Yeah,
Yes, Dr. George.
I don't like it when people say, well, in Africa, they took the slaves from, they took human beings who were enslaved. Okay, I come from a people whose ancestors were enslaved. That doesn't mean that we adopted the slave mind. So I just had to get that off my chest.
thank you. Yeah, you're right about that.
Thank you, Dr. George. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions before we go into our short break? All right. Well, DJ Shane, are you ready on the ones and twos? We're going to take a quick break and listen to DJ Shane, and then he will actually be our next presenter. So what I want to go ahead and do is introduce him now, so that when we come back from break, we will hear from Shane Creepingbear, who belongs to the Cáuigù people and is a citizen of the Kiowa tribe of Oklahoma, where he is a federally enrolled tribal member. Shane is currently the Associate Director of Admission at Antioch College in Yellow Springs, Ohio. As a higher education professional, Shane uses a lens of ethical leadership and change making to guide his analysis of the higher education system under settler colonialism. Shane has been DJing for 20 years and using music as a way to connect indigenous sovereignty and activism. So we are ready to hear DJ Shane Creepingbear as we come back from our break, our 10-minute break. And then while we're doing that, he can spin some music for us. So please enjoy.
See the day when my people can all relate. We must stop fighting to achieve the peace that was taught in.
I saw many of you with your hands up in the air, waving them just like you don't care, right? Yes, yes. DJ Shane, we are ready for you. I mean, you are giving it. You are bringing it to us today. And I'm saying you're going to have to share this playlist, right? Like, so we can all jam, right? So this is good. We are getting fed through dancing, through music, through just listening and learning, right? Music is the heartbeat of the soul. Yes, absolutely. So let's continue to get fed from you in another way, right? As you fed us with your jamming, right? Too, is taking us back for some of us who remember even roller skate, right? Hey, okay. So DJ Shane, this is on you.
Testing, testing. Hello. Is this better?
Yes, that's better. That's better. Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a multimedia presentation. This is all very new to me. I'm balancing all of this through my DJ controller, my phone, so you can have multiple angles. And of course, my computer. So yeah, let's see here. The other thing I'm doing new today is offering a presentation where I've embedded links to songs in Spotify and YouTube. So we'll see how this pans out as well. So if you give me a moment to get centered. All right. I'm going to attempt this. Bear with me. I really hope the audio comes through here. Awesome. Ah. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for being here with us today. I was sort of tapped to come in for a variety of reasons, partially because of my involvement with music through DJing, of course, matching the topic of the colloquia, and just the work that I do in and outside of higher ed, politically, and as a Native person. Make sure I pull up my notes. So I'm going to cover a few topics today, and I want to just start by saying that my topic of choice is so broad. We'll get into a quick introduction with me though here. Oh boy. So yes, thank you again for being here. My name is Shane Creepingbear. I am an enrolled member of the Kiowa tribe of Oklahomaa. Currently the Associate Director of Admission at Antioch College in Yellow Springs. I'm a graduate of the class of 2008. Joe Cronin was my advisor in so many respects and a mentor outside of that. He actually is the only reason I was able to graduate. He allowed me to double full-time credit load my last term. Outstanding is an incredible term. My work outside of the college admissions is predominantly focused on indigenous sovereignty, anti-white supremacy work, decolonization. And of course, this is really a boiled down list of the topics that I spend time analyzing and diving deeply into. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and in my teenage years, I went to an arts high school and became involved in what was then in the 90s considered underground hip hop scene. One of the things that drew me into the scene was its connection to a message. It was my entry point into activism and conversations of social justice. And then, you know, although my mom had been taking me to protests and marches since I was a child, so it was sort of always part of my life. I became involved with artists and activists throughout the city, young people mostly. We would throw music events that featured things like graffiti writing, turntablism, breakdancing, emceeing, otherwise known as the 4 elements of hip hop. Our events would often be fundraisers for organizations like No More Prisons and Food Not Bombs. And I didn't really know what activism was at the time. It was just something that I enjoyed and appreciated being involved with. Before too long, people started telling me that I should check out Antioch College. I didn't get the connection until I really looked at it, and then it was pretty clear to me why people were recommending it. I got my first pair of turntables in 1996. I saved up working in restaurants to buy them. I really wanted to be involved in the music scene, to really be the one that was helping select the vibes, the tunes, what people were really getting down to. And that's sort of how I approached this presentation. I've never really combined myself as a DJ with the work I do in decolonization and anti-white supremacy work. But I think it's such a interesting match. I can't state the connection between art and politics. And it's something that's connected through time. I started sort of putting together this list of music post-recording era, so in the 1920s or so. What I did is, as a DJ, selected a group of songs that have connections to movements, liberation movements. And honestly, again, this topic couldn't be more broad. I could spend 35 minutes easily on just one of these songs and contextualizing it in its place in history over time. But I'm here to talk about resistance and music. I've prepared something that I think is compelling, but also something that I enjoy listening to. We'll visit different parts of the world through the music and connect this music with revolutionary struggle, resistance, and of course, resilience. Art and revolution are intrinsically connected. Art through music is always a reflection of the social context in which it was created and distributed. I immediately knew I wanted to start with offering a song from this artist, somebody that my mom's listened to throughout my childhood growing up. And music's, as we know, has long been at the heart of the people, and it's been used as a means to pass oral histories, as we talked about with the blues, down through generations and connect with people's ancestors. It's used to share messages and share in joy. Gospel and African-American spiritual music has a strong connection and long history to settler colonial resistance. I call to mind songs like Follow the Drinking Gourd and Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, songs that are intrinsically timeless music that you'll hear today. With the advent of sound recording, music moved from something that was strictly oral and passed down from person to person by way of repetition and ceremony, and was able to take on a new platform that was able to broaden its horizons. A great example of this is an offering from the jazz world, a singer named Billie Holiday. She was able to use her platforms as means to speak her truth in a way that was only imagined previous years to the sound recording era. In 1939, Billie Holiday recorded a song called Strange Fruit. The song describes in graphic detail the reality of lynchings in the United States. The song itself was written by a teacher named Abel Mirapol. Billie was said to have used the song as a sort of litmus test for venues. If she was not allowed to play or perform this song, she would refuse to play the venue. Its powerful imagery was a timeless call to action. The following recording that I'm going to link to here was recorded in 1959. Credit to the Reeling in the Years archives. And I would appreciate if somebody lets me know. Joe, can you just give me a thumbs up if you can hear the audio? No?
Now we can.
Mm-hmm.
Turn it up a little bit.
Blood on the leaves and blood at the root. Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. Strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. Pastoral scene of the gallant South, the bulging eyes and the twisted mouth, scent of magnolia, sweet and fresh. Then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows to pluck, for the rain to gather, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rock, for the tree to drop. Here is a strange and bitter cry.
Powerful to say the least. And in this way, this really became something of a timeless work of art. As the civil rights movement began to heat up in the 60s, I'll point and tap a singer named Nina Simone, who covered it as a way to signify that these issues were still relevant all those decades later. Nina is well known for using her voice to bring issues of awareness, to speak her own truth as a means towards liberation. One of her most striking songs, Mississippi Goddamn, highlighted the extrajudicial murder of civil rights activist Medgar Evers. As a field worker for the NAACP, Evers had traveled through his home state encouraging African Americans to register to vote. He was instrumental in getting witnesses and evidence for the Emmett Till murder case and others, which brought national attention to the terrorism that was used against, well, and still is used against African Americans today.
Mississippi Goddamn is our last tune. We had some requests for it. Alabama's got me so upset. Tennessee made me lose my rest. And everybody knows about Mississippi Goddamn. Alabama's got me so upset. Tennessee made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi Goddamn. Can't you see it? I know you can feel it. It's all in the air. I can't stand the pressure much longer. Somebody say a prayer. Alabama's got me so upset, and Governor Wallace has made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi Goddamn. Hound dogs on my trail. School children sitting in jail. Black cat crossed my path. I think every day's gonna be my last. Lord have mercy on the land of mine. We all gonna get it in due time. I don't belong here. I don't belong there. I've even stopped believing in prayer. Don't tell me, I'll tell you. Me and my people just about do. I've been just the trouble. Washing the windows, picking the cotton, we're just plain rotten, we're too damn lazy. I think it's crazy. Where am I going? What am I doing? I don't know. Just try to do my very best. Stand up, be counted with all the rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Oh, damn. Picket lines, school boycotts. They try to say it's a communist plot. All I want is equality for my sister, my brother, my people, and me. You lied to me all these years. You told me to wash and clean my ears and talk real fine, just like a lady, and you'd stop calling me Sister Sadie. My country is full of lies. We all gonna die and die like flies. I don't trust nobody anymore. They keep on saying go slow. That's just the trouble. Desegregation, mass participation, unification, do things gradually, will bring more tragedy. Why don't you see it? Why don't you feel it? I don't know. You don't have to live next to me. Just give me my equality. Everybody knows about Alabama. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Gone down. That's it.
Now, anybody who knows about Nina Simone knows that can recognize how hard it was to pick one of her songs to play here today. Just an incredible person. We're blessed to have her in our lives. Sincerely, go check her out if you haven't done so. Let's see. So I think the idea of protest songs is really interesting. All liberation songs, I would say, can be classified as protest songs, whether or not they're intended for that or written for that purpose initially. As I stated before, and I'll state forever, art is a reflection of the society and culture in which it's produced. It can really sort of emulate a moment in time or be timeless, as a lot of these examples might prove. A great story about a protest song is in Marvin Gaye's co-writing of the song "What's Going On," which was inspired by the Watts riots and his brother's experience in Vietnam. But protest wasn't something specific to the 60s and 70s. Actually, before I go on to that, I think a lot can be said too as these songs are written for a purpose. Marvin was dissuaded from trying to write a protest song because it would disrupt his soft image, make him less palatable for white audiences. But he went ahead and did it anyways. A huge hit. It became ubiquitous with his collection. It's not one of the songs I'm going to play today. Of course, please do go check it out. I think a lot can be said as we investigate liberation music, protest songs, and how they're co-opted by the dominant culture. Stuff like What's Going On is a good example of something that people might not recognize today as a protest song or as liberation music. But protest, of course, wasn't something specific to the 60s and 70s. There's a song by Woody Guthrie entitled "This Land Is Your Land." I think we've all heard it. I think we sing it in elementary school, even to this day, like I did. But what's not really said or known about the history of Woody Guthrie or his music is that this song was actually written as an anti-capitalist response to the song God Bless America. It's even considered a Marxist response to this song. I'm going to play a protest song by Woody Guthrie that's not quite that. This land is your land, because I'm not going to, if it's not in your head right now, I applaud you. I hope it doesn't stay there for the rest of the day, but we're not going to do that song. Oh no. I also did create a Spotify playlist compendium. I'll follow up with a link to the music that I'm playing here.
There's a great and a bloody fight around this whole world tonight. The battle of bombs and shrapnel rain. Hitler told the world around he would tear our union down, but our union's gonna break. On a mountain in the middle of the sky, I could see every farm and every town. I could see all the people in this whole wide world. That's the union and paradise down, down, down. That's the union and paradise down. When I think of the men and the ships going down while the Russians fight on across the Don, there's London in ruins and Paris in chains. What are we waiting on? People, what are we waiting on? Oh, I thank the Soviets and the mighty Chinese men, the Allies, the whole wide world around. To the battling British tanks, you can have 10 million Yanks if it takes them to tear the Paris down, down, down. Takes them to tear the Paris down. But when I think of the ships and the men going down and the Russians fight on across the Don, there's London in ruins and Paris in chains. People, what are we waiting on? People, what are we waiting on? So I thank the Soviets and the mighty Chinese fellas, the Allies, the whole wide world around. To the battling British tanks, you can have 10 million Yanks. Takes them to tear the Paris down, down, down. If it takes them to tear the Paris down.
Woody used his platform and his artistic endeavors to speak for and to working class people. And that brings me to sort of my next topic, which is representation and how important this is for liberation movements, for people living in a white supremacist culture where their identities are literally stolen from them. As we sort of began to discuss regarding the blues music, how drums weren't allowed. I mean, that happens to a lot of marginalized cultures here. The platform means education in a way that combats global capitalism. This type of representation is important in a society that actively works to quell the voices of the disenfranchised. White supremacy and settler colonialism in the United States actively engages in a process of genocide and erasure of indigenous people. Many indigenous movements today work towards dismantling this type of oppression. Erasure at its core seeks to dismantle the culture and identity of a people. As recently as the mid-1900s, Native peoples' music and religious ceremonies were outlawed in the United States. They were made illegal. People weren't allowed to pass down their ancestral knowledge through the means of systemic violence, settler colonial violence, and things like boarding schools, where children were dressed in Western clothes. They weren't allowed to speak their languages. And of course, through the ways in which Native people are portrayed in the media, even to this day, through things like mascots and stereotypes and cartoons and the likes. A song by the band called Northern Cree called Power to My People shares common themes of liberation of many indigenous movements throughout the world. Oh gosh, where'd it go? Let me find this link. Bear with me. Oh no. Love it. So, I mean, the power in this is that, you know, this music still exists today, right? The very idea that it persists and people reproduce it is an act of resistance. A band called, it's more of a hip hop electronic music group called Hallucination, brings decolonization to the dance floor in a more contemporary light, using the sounds of indigenous music to organize and represent indigenous people as this act of resistance. I tell my children this often, that their very being, the fact that they're even here is resistance. And it's because of our grandmothers and grandfathers resisting the genocide of the settler colonial system that we're here today. And so it's so important for me to be able to play this type of music for you all as a group. This is another example
this we are one. So I'm going to speak to them. It's so strange that you don't remember any of the poetry. Honesty.
Love it. I don't care where I'm playing or whose wedding or whatever. If I play that song at the end of the night, everybody goes wild. So the power of protest. We all know how music is tied to protest. We see it, during any march. You'll see people chanting and singing or adopting songs or adapting songs. A good example is during the recent Black Lives Matter protests. Kendrick Lamar's "All Right" became ubiquitous with the movement, and you can see so many videos of people just singing that and really generating and gaining so much inspiration and value from that. One of my favorite liberation songs, and I want to be cognizant of time because I do want to be able to allow people to ask me questions or anything, is called El Pueblo Unido, or The People Will Never Be Defeated. It's like one of the most internationally renowned songs of the new Chilean movement, Nuevo Canción Chilena. This song reflected the mass mobilization of the working class and the resistance against Pinochet. Inti Illimani made this song famous around the world. And I'm playing this version of it. It's a live version, but you can see how powerful it is.
Understood.
That just gives me chills. I mean, like, holy moly, like how incredible, how powerful is that? I guess I'm going to go ahead and sort of wrap things up here. I did put some runners up on the screen. There's just so much to choose from, and there's no way for me to cover it all. And I just want to acknowledge that there's so much more to these conversations, to this music that I'm presenting, to the context from which it's coming. There's so many movements that I wasn't able to consider, and I was just racking my brain how to like bring in like the Mozambique revolution, South African revolution, Brazilian resistance, all of these things. So there's just no way to do it in such a small amount of time. But I do want to acknowledge, again, like I said, how Kendrick Lamar's All Right was used during these protests. You can find, again, it's very similarly uplifting to the El Pueblo Unidos, hearing so many people chant these lyrics. Boots Riley, I always give him a shout out. He's an American filmmaker, producer, screenwriter, rapper, and a communist activist. He's the lead vocalist of the group The Coup and the Street Sweeper Social Club. He made the feature film Sorry to Bother You. And of course, he's well known for his unwavering commitments to the cause. I also wanted to give a shout out. I really wanted to work in Gil Scott-Heron's Whitey on the Moon. It recently became relevant. I mean, it was featured in the sort of the groundbreaking Afrofuturistic mind and genre bending show Lovecraft Country. But then more recently, when Jeff Bezos sent his I don't have an endearing term for himself to space, it again gained traction in popular culture. So yeah, I just want to say thanks. If you have any questions, feel free to send me an email, of course. I haven't been able to monitor the chat, so I don't know the conversation's been going like in there. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Awesome. Shane, this is amazing. The conversation has been bananas. Okay. So I see that we have Jen has her hand raised. So Jen, you can open up your mic. And Taylor had a question. Did you create a Spotify playlist? If so, could you post it in the chat? And then go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shane. That was super powerful. And I'm here in Canada, and I appreciate using so many examples of nations here in Canada and what folks here are doing, actually. in terms of resistance music. And I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to what Indigenous nations in America are doing in terms of their resistance music, because that's something I don't know as much about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's it's very similar. I mean, there's very similar instances of how Indigenous people were treated by both, the Canadian settler colonial system as well as the one in the U.S. Here. But I offered the Northern Cree band. I mean, obviously, there's been a resurgence in just young people getting involved in things like food sovereignty, sort of engaging and really fighting to learn more about their traditional ways through music, through dance, at events and ceremonies like powwows, as well as really concerted efforts to keep Indigenous languages. I always sort of contextualize the idea of epistemicide, which is a term that talks about the sort of like the genocide of ways of knowing. And that sort of goes hand in hand with how the settler colonial violence has kept people from their traditions, from their ways of knowing, the ways of understanding how to care for the land, for example. That's a big issue today as we go into this sort of global warming, capitalist crisis of the earth. I think it's really important for us to like sort of pivot and look towards these old ways of understanding and knowing, and how Indigenous people took care of the land in sort of a reciprocal, cyclical way for thousands and thousands of years. Like capitalism's a new thing. So I think that's a huge part, is people just re-engaging in their own culture and their music. Hallucination, are they from Alberta, I think? They don't consider themselves activists, but like, that's sort of why I can catch and contextualized it as like the very act that this music is being created and put out in the world is an act of resistance to genocide. So yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily point to any specific bands or groups like Hallucination, but there's a real true concerted effort from Native nations, and of course we're not a ubiquitous culture. We're all very different people. But yeah, that's sort of maybe gets towards what you're saying, asking.
And one follow-up question, Shane, is I know up here we had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission report come out in 2016, and with 94 calls to action. And so as a part of that, our public broadcaster has been centering a lot of Indigenous voices on the radio, even creating programs to make sure that those voices get out there more regularly. And I'm wondering if the PBS down in America is starting to do the same thing, or are you starting to see these your voices get out there?
Absolutely. I mean, that's huge coming through. You see a lot of cities in the U.S. Moving away from the mythology of Christopher Columbus and moving more towards using language like Indigenous Peoples Day as opposed to Columbus Day. You see that at a lot of organizations, a lot of higher ed institutions in the United States have been utilizing Indigenous land acknowledgements. So it's it is definitely coming through in a lot of ways. Recently in Canada, they've been uncovering mass graves of children at the boarding schools. And of course, another prevalent issue is the missing and murdered Indigenous women movement that's coming through, mining areas up in northern Canada and in oil towns. But there's a long way to go. I mean, I was just talking to my dad last night, and he's in Oklahoma, and he was talking about they were starting to look for graves at the boarding schools in Oklahoma, and it's not being broadcast as broadly on the news. I mean, they aren't finding them, but you're not hearing about it as much as at least I was on my own news feed and listening to news radio and things like that, as it was in Canada. Long way to go, obviously, yes.
Hi, we have Cynthia who has a question. Cynthia?
Hi. Actually, I was just going to comment on a positive note. I used to, in Santa Barbara, the Chumash would come, they lived above Santa Barbara, and they would come and do these beautiful ceremonies on the land above the ocean. And hundreds of people would gather, and it was such an amazing time in my life. We also did a lot of sweat lodges with them. And we would walk in circles facing each other and just be really present and stop with each person, things like that. And sing. I mean, it was really a teaching about being present, and it was just very beautiful. I just wanted to share that, that's all. So, thank you. Okay.
There's a random comment or question in the comment thread, and it's why did they change their name from A Tribe Called Red to Hallucination? They formerly were called Tribe Called Red. I don't know. I'm sure they talk about it in interviews if you want to Google that. I do imagine it has something to do with the term red being associated negatively with indigenous people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I figured that might have been the point in using red, So, yeah.
I actually think that it's because Ian Campo left, one of the members, and so they had to actually rename themselves. So they chose the name of their CD, Hallucination.
I heard that too.
Yeah, and they're originally from Manitoba here in Canada. Yeah.
Thanks.
Hey, Shane, John here. I was very interested in you were talking about the cultural reappropriation of protest songs. Just wondering if you think there going to be any positive outcome from that. I mean, it seemed that you were saying it was kind of negative in impact. Can we bring everybody together, even though it's done for commercial reasons?
Yeah,
go ahead.
I would say absolutely. I mean, I think there's a benefit to, again, having the platform and being so widespread, but I think, part of what happens with white supremacy, white supremacy is and settler colonialism, they're both like intentionally created, and then sort of they maintain themselves over time. There's no fixed point in time, when they happen. And one of those things is watering down the language of political movements, co-opting language. I mean, you see it with more left movements and sort of liberal Democrats adopting language for political campaigns and things like that. So I think there's a benefit in, everybody can share these songs, and it can be a point of positivity and great meaning in people's lives. But I think there is a danger in that sort of watering down, co-opting, and I would never necessarily support that as a goal, but I think it certainly can be brought back around through political work.
Any other questions or comments? Because before we go to our next presenter, this was amazing. So much. Shane, we could have kept going. You could have your own colloquia, okay? So are there any other questions or comments? Shane, if you would put your social media information in the chat, I know you shared the Spotify playlist, and if there are any other questions that continue to come up throughout that you would like to ask Shane, still put them in the chat for sure. But I do want to go ahead and offer that opportunity for us to just give him a celebration, a heart, a hand clap, something. Let's give our thanks to Shane Creepingbear. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shane. We're going to move right along, keep it moving so that we can hear our next presenter. Some of us are very much familiar with Dr. Nathan Singer. Nathan Singer is a novelist, playwright, composer, and experimental performing artist. He is also the lead vocalist and guitarist for the award-winning ultra blues band, the Whiskey Shambles. Nathan is on faculty in the undergraduate and graduate programs, and he is just an amazing individual. And I'm so happy that he is a part of this crew today to share with us his experience, his expertise in this world of music. Nathan, to you.
Thank you, Falami. And thank you all. It's so wonderful to be doing this today. And I also have to give a big thanks to both Joe and Shane. I swear we didn't strategically organize this ahead of time, but I'm going to be picking back off of quite a bit of what they talked about. I'm going to be talking about protest music. I'm going to be talking about the blues as we explore and unpack and deconstruct this idea of interdisciplinarity and what interdisciplinarity might mean. So, you heard Falami list all the various stuff that I do, which does sound like a lot of stuff, right? And perhaps stuff that should not be connected or have anything in common with each other, but I don't see it that way. I'm often asked how it's possible, even to juggle being an author and a professor and a playwright and a poet and a performer, an activist, an artist, and my answer is because it's not any different. It's all the same thing, right? They're all interconnected, to be sure, right? And as far as I'm concerned, it's all the same discipline, to use that term, right? It's steered by the same energy, the same muscles, the same commitment, and in all that I do, this interaction of the domains, as it were, is my guiding philosophy. I know a number of my students, both undergraduate and graduate students, are here today. Hello all. Some of this is going to be relevant to what we're actually talking about in our respective courses, right? Within both my courses and my original creative work, I attempt to fuse narrative with literary and cultural history, satire and poetics, music and movement, all with a bent toward critical social observation and finding the contemporary relevance and resonance even within old literary text, even the ancient texts, but also tales and folk songs, right? That's what interdisciplinarity means to me. And it's why my field is humanities, because the journey belongs to all of us, right? My doctorate is in interdisciplinary humanities. And when folks ask me what that means, I ask them, well, what exactly is it that makes humans unique as a creature on this planet, right? What have we always seen when we look up at the night sky to the full moon, all right? As far as we can tell, all of our ancestors and even our Homo erectus ancestors, based on the work that they left behind, would look up at the full moon and see a face, right? A human face. Now, we all know intellectually that that's not a human face. We know that it's shadows and craters, but we see it as a human face because we are a pattern recognizing creature, right? We have some lobe in our brain, right, that enables us to see patterns even in really abstract ways, right? and we can imagine creating things from those patterns, right? And so as a result, all of the human, culture, right, is constructs. Okay, our clothing is a construct, our governments and institutions are constructs, our medicines are constructs, our tools and weapons and infrastructure are constructs, our philosophies and religions are all constructs, our music is a construct, and it all comes from that part in our brain that recognizes patterns, right? One of the ways that I introduced that idea to my undergraduate students, not so much at Antioch, but at other schools, is I draw a smiley face on the board and I ask, who is this person? And everybody instantly says, well, that's a smiley face. And we know that he's a human, even though it's a badly drawn circle, a couple of dots and a swoosh, right? Because we are able to create prototypes in our brain of things that we recognize, and we can reproduce those patterns. And the same is true of sound as well. And just as if I were to say the word brick, right, everyone will imagine a prototypical brick in their brain. Probably it's about this big and it's reddish brown. We know not all bricks look like that, but that's the prototype of a brick that lives in our brains, right? We have this sort of innate ability to recognize sound patterns as well. And I'm going to attempt to show this clip here from YouTube, but it kind of relies on both the sound and the visual, and I'm a little worried that it's not going to sync up, but we'll give it our best. Can everybody see the video? I'm hoping it's this.
Yes, we can see it. You're good.
Okay. So I'm hoping this syncs properly.
Talking about expectations. Interesting to me about that is, regardless of where I am, anywhere, every audience gets that. But it doesn't matter, that's just you know, the pentatonic scale for some reason. If you're looking for a job in neuroscience, I think
Okay. I hope there wasn't too much drag or delay there. But oh goodness, I'm sorry. Hold on. All right. My apologies on that. Bobby McFerrin is illustrating. Oh, the sound level's low. Okay, I'm sorry about that. It's really hard to tell on this side. But Bobby McFerrin was showing our sort of innate ability to recognize the pentatonic scale, even if you don't see yourself as musical. You know, plenty of people don't consider themselves to have a very active imagination, but the moment we do the, you know, the brick exercise, right, they're able to recognize the, you know, they're able to instantly imagine in their brain exactly what the word is conjuring, right? And that that discussion of how we create things and how we construct things also, I think, speaks to the larger circumstance of why we decide to put things in different boxes, right? Different facets of human expression, human civilization, human culture. You know, we imagine them first, and then we build them, and then we try to find a box for them, right? You know, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I mean, we have genres for a reason, so we, you know, combine works that have a connection to each other, and we put them within those boxes. But we also have this desire to push back against the idea that those boxes should be there in the first place, right? So there's this give and take, this push and pull between wanting to have these separate self-contained elements and also break down the barriers between them, right? Speaking strictly for myself, before I was a novelist, and well before I ever considered being a college professor, I was a musician with the goal toward being a professional musician. And when I was first starting in the Antioch IMA program, the original IMA back in the year 2000, I had sort of given myself a deadline as far as the music side of things, that if I didn't have a record contract before I was 30, that I would give it up. I would do something else. When I graduated from Antioch in 2002, my master's thesis ended up being my first published novel, A Prayer for Dawn. I got my first book contract the year after I graduated from the IMA program, and I thought, well, am I something different now, right? Does that mean I'm not a musician anymore, or am I'm a musician on the side, but I'm primarily a novelist? What, you know, what does this even mean, right? And I got to thinking that, well, I actually wrote an album of music before I wrote the book, and I kind of needed the album of music in order to write the book, right? That was sort of my inspiration. And I had already had a background in theater, and I had you know, started playwriting. And that's when it really dawned on me that the creative process is not these separate self-contained things. It's all the same, right? It all comes from that same lobe in our brain that has us build everything, for good or ill, right? You know, the beautiful works of art that we build come from that lobe in our brain, and then the weapons of war and destruction also come from that lobe in our brain, because they didn't exist, they didn't happen naturally, they didn't sprout up through, you know, the ground, right? They came from us, they came from our imaginations, right? And so I you know, had already kind of been a multi-genre musician, and I was thinking, well, I guess, you know, I'm a multidisciplinary artist, and I always have been. Even when I was doing music, right, I would try to, you know, create sort of everything within the landscape of the box, right? So if I'm playing heavy metal, I'm going to play every style of heavy metal I know. If I'm going to be playing jazz, I'm going to play every style of jazz that I know. And, you know, when I was studying classical guitar, you know, the reason why my band, the Whiskey Shambles, is called Ultra Blues is because we play every conceivable style of blues, from you know, from Piedmont to Hill Country to Delta to Chicago style to Texas boogie, you know, all this kind of stuff. well, yeah, okay, to Joe's point, yeah, I would argue that all of our politics are constructs as well, right? It comes from that same spot. But I don't know if anyone knows the sort of cult musician Mojo Nixon, but he heard one of my albums and he called it identity crisis music, which I think he meant as a criticism, but I was like, yeah, that works for me, right? Because it covers all of these various elements, right? And Shane mentioned briefly at the end of his piece, Gil Scott-Heron's Whitey on the Moon, and I would be remiss to talk about breaking down the boundaries of human expression and creativity and activism without talking a little bit about Gil Scott-Heron. He is my hero, my number one hero. He is sort of the guide that I consider when I think about multidisciplinary art, right, in the intersection of art and activism. Gil Scott-Heron, he was a novelist. Again, you know, I identify with that. He wrote his first novels as a teenager and a young adult in college. He was a poet, singer, songwriter, multi-genre musician. He played jazz and funk and blues, and you know, he's also known by some as the godfather of rap, right? Because he was creating poetry set to music that most definitely laid the foundation for a lot of the hip hop that was to come later. Whenever I think of the neo soul movement of the 90s, of which the Roots were a part of, and Joe Scott, Erykah Badu, right? And then when you cast that net wider and include like Dead Prez and Fugees and people like that, you would definitely see the direct through line from Gil Scott-Heron, right? What's interesting to me though, and one of the reasons why he's my hero, not only as an artist and as an activist, but also as a thinker, is because regardless of all the terms that were given to him, right? The title that he gave himself was bluesologist, right? I love the idea of bluesology, right? And he saw what he was doing as exploring, you know, how blues, right? And by blues, I think he was using that term to mean you know, all art and particularly sonic art that came to this continent via the African diaspora, right? And what it means to study that as a poetic form, as a narrative form, as a tool of resistance, right? As a tool of joy, and to express joy and sorrow and rage, right? And all of that which would appear in Gil Scott-Heron's work. So just like Gil Scott-Heron and some of my other heroes, my music and my fiction, and you know, just to put that point on it, are inextricably linked. There's very little separating the two. One of the things that I wanted to show you all, but I think we'll skip it just because I know we're having a little difficulty with audio, is Gil Scott-Heron's first published novel that he wrote when he was a kid. It was published when he was 19. It's called The Vulture. It's a great piece that also kind of doesn't fit with the genres. There's kind of a crime noir element to it. There's definitely kind of an urban realism to it, but there's a lot of poetry as well. And at different times in his career, he's revisited The Vulture. He's reworked it as a piece of music several times in the mid 70s. And then literally the last thing he ever released was an album called I'm New Here, and it featured kind of a hip hop, trip hop version of The Vulture, and that was kind of his swan song, which I thought it was, I mean, it was devastating for me. I sobbed my eyes out when I listened to it, but I thought it was so interesting that here he was finishing out this long and, you know, rocky but fascinating life and career, more or less with where he started, right? You know, the poetry and the narrative, right? So when I write my books, I always write an album of music beforehand, right? Because it gives me the tone, what I'm going to. So as a result, my 6 books, they all have, they don't really fit literary genres, they fit music genres, right? So the first, A Prayer for Dawn, is a thrash metal novel, which of course I wrote right in the midst of, you know, the horror and the aftermath of September 11th, right? So there's that sort of that sense of rage that you get from that kind of music. My second novel, Chasing the Wolf, which I'm going to be talking a little bit more about in a moment here, is the blues novel. My third, In the Light of You, which was just got a Simon & Schuster re-release a couple of days ago, is a punk novel. My fourth is a jazz novel, right? And so I write and occasionally record a soundtrack to the book that goes along with it. When Chasing the Wolf was going to be published in 2006, I guess it was, you know, late 2005, the woman I was working with, who was editing the book and was getting the hardcover release ready, was talking about how much music I mentioned in the book. As a blues novel, it sort of bounces back in time between early 21st century New York and the Mississippi Delta in 1938. And Delta blues music plays a huge role in the book. And she was sort of saying, I wish we could release the book with an album of all the songs that you mentioned, but that would be a copyright nightmare, right? You know, and so I just sort of offhandedly mentioned, like, well, I did write an album that goes along with the book, right? No copyright there, it's all mine, you know. So we decided to release a special edition of the hardcover book with that album. And that's now available on whiskeyshambles.com if you want to listen to it. It's called On Through the Night, and I'll play a little bit of it today. You can listen to it on whiskeyshambles.com, but I feel that it's best to listen to it while you're reading the book. Okay. So in a 1965 article in Sing Out magazine, folk legend Pete Seeger asked, whatever happened to singing in unions, right? Seeger held firm to the belief voiced by a lot of people during that time, but specifically Margaret Larkin in 1929, that protest music was better than 100 speeches. That the singing of songs of resistance, songs of unity, songs of shared belief is a communal experience and provides strength when individuals feel most vulnerable. And said Cincinnati's own Timothy Lynch, the songs striking workers wrote and sang during the Depression were decidedly class conscious. Strike songs from all three of the labor conflicts reveal that the workers understood the necessity of solidarity and collective action. Okay, so Joe mentioned earlier Robert Johnson, right? Considered to be the king of the Delta blues singers, and one of my inspirations for that genre of music inspired me to write this song that shows up on the soundtrack for the Chasing the Wolf novel. It's called Workin' Blues, and it's definitely in the guitar style of Robert Johnson. Robert Johnson drew a lot of inspiration from Charlie Patton and Son House and Willie Brown and a lot of other great blues players at that time, but he really kind of refined the sound and gave it a level of virtuosity that is why he's considered to be, you know, not only the king of the Delta blues singers, but also the original member of the 27 Club. Like when we know about the, you know, all the musicians that die at 27, Robert Johnson was sort of the founding member of that. Okay, so this is called Workin' Blues. I hope, can we hear that? Okay.
On the assembly line, baby, flipping boxes and stacking crates. On the assembly line, baby, flipping boxes and stacking crates. And sometimes I think burnt hands and broke backs is all this factory maze. You see, I worked that night, baby, just to be broken than the day before. I worked day and night, baby, just to be broken than the day before. really gotta wonder, darling, what's all this working for? See, I'm slaving in the kitchen, baby, cooking up the rich man's meal. Slaving in the kitchen, baby, cooking up that rich man's meal. But I'm dreaming about the rich man's house and stealing back what the rich man steal. You know what I'm talking. They don't need all that shit. They're just rubbing their wealth in our face. They call it good business. I call it grand larceny. Yeah, I got some business for you. Stick them up. You see, I'm slaving in the kitchen, baby, cooking up that rich man's meal. Slaving in the kitchen, baby, cooking up that rich man's meal. But I'm dreaming about the rich man's house and stealing back what a rich man steals. You see, I worked all my life just to be disappointed and die. Worked all my life just to be disappointed and die. When my baby came to my funeral, she couldn't even be bothered to cry. So in 1933, Alan Lomax and his father John set out to record thousands of songs and interviews for the Archive of American Folk Music for the Library of Congress. And because of these field recordings, many old songs were saved that would have been lost forever, right? Folk recordings like Field Hollers and Chain Gang and Prison Songs, Murder Ballads, Levee Camp Tunes, and myriad others, including the first recordings of what we call the Delta Blues, right? And when I recorded the soundtrack for Chasing the Wolf with my engineer, Aaron Guile, who's the bass player for the popular Cincinnati-based folk group, The Tillers, we tried to honor those different folk blues styles on the album. And even we actually tried to, recreate the hiss and pop of the old aluminum and acetate discs, because I love that part of the recording as well, just like the atmosphere, right, that those early blues sides had. And there were a few nods to work gang songs and hill country blues songs that we did for the Chasing the Wolf album as well, as an earnest attempt to capture the essence of those Delta songs, right? This process of looking back while looking forward is an indelible facet of the protest song tradition, and I would argue it traverses nearly all of the genres. And I wanted to show you all a little something. This is called a resonator. And a lot of the early Delta players played a resonator because they're very loud. Okay, they cut through. Joe talked about juke houses, right? And as I said, when I was working on a book called Delta Blues. It was a collection of crime noir, original crime noir stories, mostly of Southern writers, but I got included as well, which was nice. It was me and John Grisham and Ace Atkins, Charlene Harris, others. I think I got brought in because of my relationship with the actor Morgan Freeman, who I'd worked with in the past, and he's a big blues fan, so we were kind of hoping to do a little cross work there, and he and I wrote the introduction to Delta Blues, and we had asked if we could do our big book release at his blues club Ground Zero, and down in Clarksdale, Mississippi, and he and his partner Bill Luckett, sorry, said yes on one condition: we make the book release open to everyone in the community. Right? We're like, oh gosh, you know, twist our arm, a full crowd of folks, please, please. Right? So we had our big party at Ground Zero, and it was wonderful. And some of us ended up playing some music there that night, and that was when I ended up meeting some folks from the Juke House Reds, and we really hit it off well with them, and that's why we ended up spending, you know, night after night hanging out at Reds, playing music. And just like Joe said, you know, give a guy $1 and he'll give you a tall boy out of the cooler in the back. But they also let us bring in anything we want, so I had a giant jug of Jack Daniels all weekend too. You know, but yeah, the Juke House tradition is alive and well. But the reason why this guitar was necessary at Juke Houses is because before there was electricity, or even when there was electricity, but electricity wasn't available to folks, we needed music that could cut through the shouting and all the carrying on and all that sort of thing. So artists like Son House and Bucka White played this guitar, and I sort of see them as being also opening up the door for louder guitar-based music, you know, hard rock, acid rock, and heavy metal, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a moment. So this is another original. This is actually the title track, if you will, from On Through the Night, the soundtrack for my blues novel, Chasing the Wolf. I know that you don't seem right. Why I gotta burn, I gotta fry. Why I gotta run and hide? Why I gotta run on through the night? You know that last night you cried. TV man came on and he lied. I know he told you I'd die, but I just ran on through the night. Tell the baby I tried to make everything alright. Justice to the ladies, justice that's denied. That's why I run on through the night. I know that last night you cried. TV man came on and he lied. I know he told you I'd die, but I just ran on through the night. Tell the baby I tried to make everything alright. Justice to ladies, justice denied. That's why I run on through the night. That's why I run on through the night. That's why I run on through the night. That's why I run on. Oh, thank you. So as Joe mentioned, thank you very much. As Joe mentioned, the blues laid the foundation for the music that was to come, right? As Muddy said, rock and roll had a baby, and they named it rock and roll, which is true. And then rock and roll had a god-awful, unruly child called heavy metal. And we'll get into that in just a second. All right. Just as Timothy Lynch said of the strike songs of the Great Depression, that were decidedly class conscious, the best metal music of the world is class conscious as well. And when we look at what's going on in what we call the MENA, right? The Middle East and Northern Africa, when it comes to using music as a liberating force. Rap and hip hop are about neck and neck with heavy metal as being sort of the voice of rebellion in that respect, right? And what's interesting to me is how much inspiration is being drawn from what we call the golden era of hip hop, 87 and 93, Diggable Planets, Disposable Heroes of Hypocrisy, right? Slam poets like Saul Williams, and of course, the almighty PE, Public Enemy, right? Not only did they bring the noise to fight the powers that be, right? But also blasted down the artificial walls that separate the music genres, right? I mean, keep in mind, Public Enemy were just as likely to use a thrash metal riff from Slayer as they were from a Clyde Stubblefield drum beat, right? And so we see these traditions in modern rap, definitely with Run the Jewels, but also Donald Glover's Childish Gambino, right? I mean, Donald Glover is almost a textbook example of an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary artist, right? Just Childish Gambino alone covers such a wide gamut of soul and funk and various types of hip hop and rap. And then, of course, in addition to that, he's a comedian and an actor and a writer and a producer, right? And so with my favorite line with respect to multidisciplinarity actually comes from Donald Glover. The last time he hosted Saturday Night Live, he said something along the lines of, people refer to me as a triple threat, but I'd like to think of myself just as a threat. I was like, God, I wish I had thought of that. Because that would just be my whole resume, right? A triple threat or just a threat. So we see hip hop and metal used to be the voice of liberation in the MENA, particularly what we now call tribal or world metal, right? The style, which has been germinating for a long time, is considered in some ways to be a microcosm of the new global metal community, right? So bands within this genre incorporate traditional metal sounds with rhythm and folk instrumentation from all over the planet. Along with worldly politics, concepts behind this style tend to be evolution and de-evolution. Both are looking forward to the new world and honoring antecedents, right? So this style is gaining momentum in Mexico, Northern and Western Africa countries, but North, South, East, and West. Botswana in particular, is doing amazing things with that. Brazil, most definitely, where depending on the region, metal is considered practically its own religion, which is hilarious if you know anything about the history of heavy metal. The fact that it's seen not only as a religion, but as an outcropping of Christianity. in Brazil, at least. Bands in China and the Middle East have begun to metal in their own native folk styles, right? And I'm gonna do a quick quote from a book called Heavy Metal Islam, Rock Resistance and the Struggle for the Soul of Islam. This is by the author Mark Levine. Few crowds have erupted with more energy than did the 20,000 fans at Dubai Desert Rock Festival when Iron Maiden hit the stage. I don't think I've witnessed a more poignant moment in a concert when the crowd sang Fear of the Dark in unison with lead singer Bruce Dickinson. And as Bruce Dickinson said, as people, out in the crowd were sobbing and singing along, we have people from Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Scotland, Lebanon, Egypt, Sweden, Turkey, Australia, Wales, America, Canada, Kuwait. We have the whole world just about, right? Last thing I want to talk about, and then I'll open it up to any questions we have. On the issue of music in general, serving as a viable means of artistic protest, right? Dorian Lynskey said in his book, 33 Revolutions Per Minute, I wonder, as I wrote this book, if I didn't really write the eulogy for protest music. And I feel like that eulogy was a little premature, because although it does seem, at least, that within the Western world, rock music, which had been a vehicle in the 60s and 70s for a lot of protest, has really surrendered righteous indignation to kind of an apathetic detachment, right? And so my thought is maybe we should be drawing inspiration from our brothers and sisters in the MENA, who've used rap and metal in particular as a voice for their liberation, right? The governments of Iran, Syria, Tunisia, and other MENA nations know all too well that Czechoslovakia's Velvet Revolution was spearheaded by students, playwrights, novelists, and other artists drawing inspiration from the underground in America of the 60s, such as the Fugs, the Mothers of Invention, and the Velvet Underground. Indeed, Iran jailed cultural activists in the 80s and 90s for being quote unquote Velvet revolutionaries, right? As such, says Levine, there's no reason to assume that Muslim metalheads or rappers who are picking up where Ozzy Osbourne or Tupac Shakur left off can't play a role similar to that of the plastic people of the universe, right? But any Velvet Revolution that emerges in the MENA will have to also look to the Polish experiences of uniting with other civil rights leaders, even those of religious figures, right? And they stand a good chance of creating the kind of broad community that was once behind the revolution in Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the rest of the Eastern Bloc. So last but not least, interdisciplinarity is not just a buzzword. For some of us, it's our life work. And all of these constructs, creative, social, political, academic, or otherwise, are inventions of humans. We invented the walls that separate them. Therefore, we have the power to build doorways. And as far as I'm concerned, the larger, the better. And when needed, we can tear them down entirely. Thank you. You're muted, Falami.
Again, I get so excited. I'm hitting the keys. This was fantastic. This was awesome. Everybody, let's give them a woohoo, a hand clap, whatever that is, in the chat. What kind of questions or comments, any of you, feel free to unmute yourselves. If there aren't any questions, we'll go straight into our 10-minute break. And then you're going to come back and hear from our next presenter, Dashiell Smith. And I'll tell you a little bit about him when we come back. But are there any questions or comments?
Jen had her hand up, and then I think Johnny.
All right, that screen I don't see. So Jen, take it away.
Oh, maybe just put your hand down.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, and your name is?
My name is Sylvia.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good.
I tuned in a little later, but I was just wondering, how does Dr. Singer categorize music, like in terms of protest music by artists like Sweet Honey and The Rock?
So, I mean, Sweet Honey and the Rock are definitely drawing from that beautiful American tradition of gospel and church music, you know, bringing soul and spirit to the movement, right? And what I always love to take away from Sweet Honey in the Rock is that they draw from styles of music that we didn't have names for at the time. There wasn't, we didn't have the idea of, oh, well, this is a field holler and this is swamp moan and this is gospel music and this is, drum and fife and all that stuff. All of that got added later, right? They were just creating, music of the people, music of the heart and the soul. And I think that's why it still feels universal today, because I think they and other artists of that sort, sort of hold all of our heartbeat in their hands,
Okay, thank you.
I just have a comment.
Go for it.
I just love how you interwove some of the similarities and the parallels of and I came in like sort of on the last like 15 minutes of your presentation, but you snatched me up really good. First of all, with your musical presentation, that guitar, man, the guitar. Were you using the glass thing on the strings?
No, I use a brass slide because it's got kind of a nastier sound. I have a glass slide, but I use brass instead most of the time.
Yeah, it's man, it was so gritty, so bluesy, and so twangy. I loved it. But I also love how you spoke of the parallels of how of Public Enemy and anybody from Public Enemy to Black Flag or Black Sabbath, and how all of those all of their music sort of interrelates in a way, because like you said, Public Enemy could easily draw a sample from Prince and James Brown, and they also had samples of Pink Floyd as well,
and Slayer and AC/DC, and yeah,
all of that. And they let all of that as a musical influence of theirs sort of speak to their protests and to their hopes for a more knowledgeable future in our youth. So I really enjoyed that, how you brought that into the interplay.
Thanks, Dash.
Yeah.
Nathan? John has a question. Jack, did you have a question too? We'll get to you. I know I saw John's hand up. Okay, and then
Hi
we'll
there. Thanks, Lonnie. Basically, what I don't want to dwell on it, but I just want to approach it from a different direction. Perhaps I was talking about how different associations of music might have influenced things in different ways before. I'd like to know, perhaps in a more less negative way, not so much how we can join, but how we can consider that gospel music or joyful music or non-protest music may be included in the whole people that we are. In other words, that, I understand that our focus today is on protest, but as Dr. Joe introduced with the Jubilee music, should not we consider those things, and I see you nod your head, Dr. Vellani, those things that that escaped us, that escaped people from toil, from circumstance. We're all whole people, so I don't think we should disregard. I know we're talking about protests here, but let's not disregard joyfulness and hope and spirit. And I see you nodding your head, Dr. Singer. I think you know where I'm coming from. So I'll stop there.
Well, to piggyback off that, John, Dr. Cronin mentioned the levy camps, right?
Right.
And levy camps were some of the hardest, most miserable places to live and work. And yet, if you listen to the music that a lot of people listen to, you know, on the Saturday night or even after the workday, it tended to be very major key, upbeat, right? You know, they would often draw from Piedmont blues, which is considered to be sort of the lightest and most joyful of the styles of blues that exist. I mean, blues has this reputation of being this dark, angry music, but Piedmont blues is very light and gentle, and
Exactly.
it's interesting that in the harshest environment, sometimes, you know, people would seek out the sort of the lightest version of self-expression, not the darkest.
So I just don't want to disregard that. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Jack?
Jack, you had a question?
Yeah, obviously you're a music savant now, but I want to know about young Nathan, how you came to love music as a child and evolve into the musician that you were.
Well, at the risk of being glib, Jack, my last name is not a stage name. You know, I come from a very musical family, right? I mean, I grew up, you know, singing both, you know, in church and at house parties and around the fire and, you know, all that stuff. So it's a part of my being, right?
Well, it walks in you in a very beautiful way. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Cynthia, did you have your hand raised? You had a question or comment?
Now I got 3 things going in at the same time, but I was just going to address what John was saying. For me, you know, I'm a songwriter. I've been writing songs also since I was really young, and me and Nathan have talked about it. I also cross a lot of different things together. I've been doing it. When I was younger, I did a show with dancing and slides and, you know, a multi-performance art piece. And I had a review, and they told me that they reminded them of Spinal Tap. And they were like, and it was totally spiritual. The whole show was, but just because I combined all the elements, they kind of judged me, you know, at the time. And I thought it really ruined me for a while. I just stopped doing it. But anyway, on a brighter side, my pain, you know, I speak honestly about whatever pain I'm going through. And then it on the other side of that, there's joy, you know. So I really I want to give points to the honesty of some of the heavy metal and the protest music, because, you know, it releases a lot of tension and it has the ability to heal, you know, rather than just being nice and, you know, all that. So anyway, recently I tried to do a rap song because it's completely out of my frame. And so I Googled how to do that on GarageBand. And I just channeled it for like 10 minutes. I just let it go, you know. And it was so radical that it scared me, because I thought, you know, it's a little too like what the world is going through right now. But I have it done and I committed to it. So if I ever choose to release it, I'll let you know.
Definitely. Thanks, Cindy.
So sometimes it's good not to say, I don't know, I'm just kind of throwing stuff out here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. I'd imagine maybe at the end we can hear you spit your rap, maybe. I don't know. Well,
not that particular song. No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
all right. Well, do we?
Okay.
We have any other questions or comments? Nathan, thank you so much. I knew you were going to bring it, and I am so glad and grateful that you decided to say yes when I sent you that email. So thank you so much. Please, let's again give them some fingers up, hand clap, hearts, whatever that is. Here's Jack. Yes, and what I'd like to do is to take a 10-minute break and have us to come back, and I will introduce our next presenter, Dashiell Smith. So we'll see you back in 10. Yeah, Joe. Hey. Yes. Woo! If you feel like dancing, just get on up. Hey, hey. Yes, come on with that. Yes. Going on. Yes, we are soul people, John. Absolutely. Music is the heartbeat of the soul. Boys to Men, ABC, BBD. Yeah.
And all the Philly steaks you can eat.
Everything. Yes. Yes. We can keep dancing and dancing and grooving. It is all in us. It is all within us. Yes. So I am excited. I am hyped. I am ready to introduce to you a friend of mine. His name is Dashiell Smith. Dash, as we like to call him, is a trumpeter, a singer, songwriter, composer, and lyricist who has graced many stages during his career. He has performed with legends such as Roy Ayers, who just celebrated a birthday this week, and Jabo Starks, Fred Wesley, Clyde Stubblefield. He has also shared stages with the likes of Hugh Masekela, there we go, George Clinton, the Brand New Heavies, Outkast, Les Nubians, Dion Ferris, Angie Stone, and Common. And he recently appeared in the Emmy Award-winning film Bessie, starring Queen Latifah. He leads his band, The Omega Level, a musical ensemble that combines jazz, improvisation, hip-hop, funk, and soul to create a unique, invigorating blend of mind-bending, edgy, body-moving music. You can also see him performing regularly in Atlanta with Musiki Scales and the Common Ground Collective, Russell's Guns Royal Jazz Orchestra, and Kebby Williams Wolfpack. I am so excited. Y'all are in for a treat, and I'm going to turn it over to Dash.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Put your hands in the air or, wave or everything like that. I'm honored and it's great to be here. I actually just got back in town about an hour ago. So I'm logged in and I'm ready to go. So my segment, my presentation today is called Genre Fluid, AKA It's All Soul. And what I mean by genre fluid, we've talked about it. Some of the presenters actually talked about it a little while ago, or briefly went into it. Genre fluidity is basically you're a musician, you're a singer, you're a songwriter, and you really, a lot of people will say, what genre do you do? What kind of music do you do? And for me, that's, it's a tough question to answer because I figure if I'm a musician and if I'm a songwriter or whatever, I do it all or a lot of it anyway. I do a lot of it in the vein that I grew up learning and studying. So a lot of musicians, they really don't like to pigeonhole themselves just to one particular genre or, you know, just a couple of ways of expressing themselves, because the real beauty of artistry is being able to kind of flow through these musical conduits similar to an eel through seaweed, and picking up musical instruments and being able to sort of flow with the changes and flow through the times. That's the greatest and the most beautiful challenge for any artist. So that's what we're going to discuss today, in a sense. And I'm also going to kind of time travel with you guys a little bit on a musical journey. I didn't have anything formally prepared today, not really in a sense of I've got this, you know, list, and I've got this sort of thing laid out for anybody, but we're just going to have fun today. So I'll tell y'all just a little bit about myself briefly, and then we're going to get into some music, and then we'll do some questions and have some fun. So I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York. I was born in East Flatbush, Brooklyn, and I moved here to Georgia, just outside of the Atlanta area in College Park, with my parents back in 1989. I was about 10 years old, going on 11 then, and I was already sort of sparked with a musical interest when I was a kid. I had older brothers and sisters that were actually kind of a lot older than I am. I just turned 43 last month, and I have older brothers and sisters who are in their late 50s and early 60s. So the musical influence that was bestowed upon me as a child was vast and broad, because my parents, they go all the way back to they go all the way back to doo-wop, to some of the earliest recordings of the blues, some of the early 20th century jazz, from, you know, the big band era, you know, Louis Armstrong and Jelly Roll Morton, to, you know, Duke Ellington, and then bebop and so forth. So my parents, the music that they grew up on, that was in the household. And then my older brothers and sisters grew up on soul music, the R&B of the 50s and the 60s, the funk of the 60s and the 70s, the hip hop of the 70s and 80s. So I was pretty much privy to all of those forms of music growing up as a kid. And that's where I come in. So being able to absorb all of that as a youngster and enjoy it and study it and let it become a part of me has now lended itself to a lot of great opportunities that I've had in my life. So there we have it. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to do some freestyling, some rap freestyling. When I play this, I want to let y'all know, I want y'all to let me know if you can hear this. This is an instrumental I'm going to play by one of my favorite hip hop groups from back in the early 90s. They were called Black Moon. And this song, this is an instrumental of that song. I'm going to do some freestyling over it and just kind of go through a little bit of hip hop history in the freestyle. It's not premeditated at all. So we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna see how we do. Can y'all hear that? A little bit? Not really?
You can turn it up just a little bit, Dash.
How about this?
Yes.
You can hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's get into it. Going from the cool jerk, I'm a rhyme about the father cool hurt. On Segway Ave up in the Bronx with the ill lyrical styles that come to haunt from the Kingston, Jamaica, all the way to Upper Manhattan. Everybody realized was fat when we had the parties all up in the Harlem. Everybody starting to falling into the ill groove, the disco, the funk. And everybody coming from Thelonious Monk, Dizzy Gillespie, Charlie Parker, and Coltrane. Yo, putting soul and fame up on the brain. It's Dash Hill rocking the mic for the Colloquium. And then I'm healing them bones, all the broken ones. Everyone, yo, they call my middle name is Dash. Yo, from the Grandmaster Flash, spinning and cutting, winning and mutton. Rock on the microphone, grinning at something. Spin it in the discotheque and court wreck off the instrumental. In the rhymes is mental. Check the credentials. Wizard Theodore, he was scratching and vibing. And then I roll with the Curtis Blow tribe and signed with Def Jam, Run DMC in them. Check it out, Grandmaster Flash, he was seeing them. Furious Five, the curious lava flow. I'm on the microphone and it's so survivable. And everybody knows, and I flow slowly. We rock with the cool Mo D and the fearsome threesome. Check it out, it me them on the microphone, and I like to cause beef with them. Yo, like the cool Mo D and John and the LL Cool J beef. And we making noise. Yo, the shout out to the Beastie Boys. Everybody know we got the least of poise. MCs know we got the Trinity, Big Daddy Kane, KRS, Public Enemy, Cool G, rap the native tongues, and they lie. Everybody raise up your hands and say y'all, and say yeah. Yo, never trying to smother. We opened the vibe, the Jungle Brothers, and they couldn't stand it. 1986, we was in control like Janet from the Diggable Planets. Yo, we react soon to the Black Moon and Black Star. Everybody knows where they are. We take a black car into the deep in the abyss. Everybody gotta love hip hop. Give it a kiss, and give it a hug and a caress. We making a mess. We staying blessed with styles that never rest. From off the top of the dome and off the top of the chest. Rock on the microphone with soul finesse, like Lord Finesse. MCs know we slice the groove, and everybody like to dance to the nice and smooth. And we doing the WAP, we doing Cabbage Patch, coming through with the styles that readily match. And last year, yo, we lost a lot of soul keepers. Everybody cried and wept them. I think we lost yo, a lot from Ellis Marcellus, and you tell us, yo, the COVID-19 took a lot of us, all of us out. Who's still with us? 2020, man, we lost Bill Withers. It don't matter. We got to keep the soul happening, the soul clapping in. That's why Dash is rapping in on the Zoom meeting. Check it out. I hope everybody like this funky greeting off the top when I rock from the cranium, made out of vibranium and titanium and adamantium. We rock over Bucktown vibes. Everybody rock with the tribe. The Antioch Colloquium is not over. Dash Hill on the mic, the Super Sun Nova. Thanks to Falami for inviting me, and everybody, yo, trying to enlighten the styles that we got and put on your headphones. We won't keep y'all in forever in the dead zone. Yo, I employ layers of styles. Last night I rocked with the great Roy Ayers up in St. Louis. Most of the cats that can't do this. I'm Popeye and you lose to this just like Brutus, like Joe Louis fighting Emmanuel Lewis. Yo, okay, that's the end of the of that instrument.
Woo!
It started fading out. Thank y'all very much. Thank you.
Can we say dope?
Emmanuel Lewis.
Go Dash.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, brother.
Thank you. So freestyle rapping, so in hip hop in general, thank you. In hip hop in general, you know, stemming from its earliest days when you had DJs, you had MCs. Sometimes the DJ and the MC were one and the same. And They would create, you know, a lot of people know the history of how DJs would get 2 records. They would have like, you know, one version of like a real cool funky song to dance to, and then they would have the other record of the same song. They would blend it and mix together and all of that. At parties, in a lot of ways, you had, you know, the MC, the master of ceremony, who would toast over these instrumentals or over these breaks. And a lot of times when they toasted, they would have kind of a series of things to say to kind of keep the crowd hyped, but also they would ad-lib, they would improvise, and they would throw in their own flavor with it. You know, they may shout out to somebody in their crew. They may, you know, give love to the DJ. They may give love to their block or their neighborhood, but they would do it all in a flavorful way. You know, there was a DJ on the radio back in the day. Well, there were several of them. And actually one great DJ, a lot of people don't know this, Sly Stone, the leader of Sly and the Family Stone, one of the greatest groups of all time, he was a DJ in San Francisco. And he, you know, while in between songs, while the song was fading out and everything, he would interject something really cool and something rhythmic and rhymeful. And he would say something like, "Hey, idiot, yo, I'm a jock and I'm back on the scene with the record machine, saying, ooh, Papa do, how do y'all do? My name is Sly Stone, on the microphone, never leave you alone." And, you know, you had a lot of great DJs back in the day who would do this. You had you had comedy acts. You had Pigmeat and Markham, who they featured on Flip Wilson's show a few times. Yes, someone mentioned Wolfman Jack. Wolfman Jack was one of them. Yeah, Pigmeat and Markham, they people back in the day saw them on Flip Wilson's variety show. And they had a record back in the day where it was pretty much a rap album. It came out in the very early 60s. And they had this one song that was famous. It was called "Here Comes the Judge, Here Comes the Judge, Here Comes the Judge." And, you know, it had a beat to it, it had funky rhythms to it, and he rhymed over it. You had the thing about hip hop, which is also one of the great things about all music genres, is that you have many, many rivers that flowed from many different directions in order to create somewhat of a singular idea of how to create the continuum of this musical conduit. So you had the comedy acts, you had the DJs and the toasters from Jamaica who brought big sound equipment from, you know, some of them moved from Jamaica up to the Northeast, like Kool Herc that I mentioned in the freestyle. Kool Herc brought the whole idea of bringing big, gigantic sound systems to the block, which was a thing that was very popular in Kingston and Trenchtown, Jamaica. The late great Sly, he just passed away. Lee Scratch Perry just passed away last week. Lee Scratch Perry was one of the pioneers of the block party sound. And so many of these DJs who were centered here in North America, in different locations too, not just the Northeast, not just New York and Massachusetts or Pennsylvania, not just those areas, but also in the Southeast, you have a lot of these creative beings that kind of had the same idea to bring these block parties to the people. And so they had to keep it fresh. They had to keep it live. They had to keep it exciting, and they had to keep it invigorating. So you had your MCs, you had your DJs, and you had your pop lock dancers on the blocks. If you had a crew back in the day and you didn't have a good DJ, a good MC, and some cats who could dance, you might as well stand to the side and watch, because that's what it was all about. It was all about the presentation, it was all about the liberation, and it was all about the continuation. So, and I bring up hip hop in this conversation early on because hip hop is sort of the grandchild of several different music genres and subgenres that came out of Black and indigenous cultures here in North America. You know, so many things that led up to somebody mentioned go-go. Yep, Chuck Brown. Yep, Chuck Brown. Chuck Brown was a part of that. And he had some songs that were also sampled almost ubiquitously throughout hip hop. In the same vein as James Brown, but we'll talk about all that in a little bit. So one thing about hip hop is hip hop has jazz influences. Hip hop has an oral tradition influence that comes straight out of Africa, straight out of the southeastern regions, where stories, triumphs and tragedies were passed on verbally and orally. And hip hop is a continuation of that. It's a continuation of the improvisation and the spontaneity and the spirit of rebellion that came out of the jazz movements. Jazz, which is one of the main idioms that I choose to perform in. Jazz music is a big influence, and it's pretty much like, jazz is pretty much the music that was created here, right on this US soil, that we can all claim as a people in a culture that it was born right here. There's no doubt that jazz music, for all of its splendor and all of its greatness, was born on this US soil. So hip hop, being a child of jazz, being a child of R&B, soul, and funk, is an amalgam of pretty much what so many of us has experienced being here on this US soil. And I want to get into a little bit of jazz improvisation also, because it spans such a wide region of eras. When I say eras, not errors, but eras, time spans. It has traveled through time. It's moved through space. It's moved through, post-slavery, segregation, civil rights movement, Reconstruction. The millennials, the Gen X. Jazz is still being done over a century and a half later after it was created. So I want to get into a little bit of that. My primary instrument is a trumpet. The trumpet has been spoken of in biblical texts, in the Quran. Historically, it's probably one of the more important instruments when it comes to war and peace, love, and declarations of independence announcements of something grand and wonderful happening, or an announcement of the apocalypse. The trumpet is in all of those stories. There was a musician who was born in New Orleans in the late 1880s by the name of Buddy Bolden. And Buddy Bolden, very little is known about his life. He lived until he was in his late 40s, maybe early 50s. Buddy Bolden's style and his innovations are pretty much credited for being the seminal elements of the creation of jazz music. We've had Jelly Roll Morton, and we've had several other greats who came out of that same vein. But the rhythmic blending, the genre blending that Buddy Bolden did when it came from the early church and the blues music and the juke joint party music, Buddy Bolden is largely credited as bringing that to the forefront. So I'm going to play a tune which is one of the first, probably the first tune that had the word funk in it. And it's a Buddy Bolden tune. And it's called Funky Butt. That was a rendition of Funky Butt by Buddy Bolden. And the thing about that tune is Buddy Bolden probably wrote that song sometime in the 1890s. I put a little spin, I put my own spin on it. But that song, one thing about music from that period is none of the Black bands were able to record any music at the time, even though the recording technology back then was still in its very, very infant stages. Thomas Edison had just put together, some of the things that created the recording cylinder. sometime in the 1890s. But there were recordings that were done. Many of them were destroyed and lost, over time, and due to the lack of the knowledge of preservation of what they had back then. So some of the bandmates that Buddy Bolden worked with around that time, they definitely they told the stories of Buddy being able to record, but through whatever mishaps in life, they were lost and destroyed. So we lost those recordings. But the beautiful thing about the oral and oral history is that musicians, patrons, party goers, juke joint miscreants, they remember those tunes. They remember those melodies, and it stayed with them. And they passed those tunes and those melodies down to anybody who would listen. And one thing about the history of jazz in New Orleans was that you had the descendants of the prisoners from Africa. You had the indigenous people in the area. You had you had the Creole people. You had the immigrants. You had a blending of people who lived in the less fortunate side of town. You had the blending of the people, the mulattoes, and the people who were more well off and well to do. You had two sides of the coin. You had people who had instruments. They were studying written music and classical music. They were studying the technique of their instrument. And you also had the people who were learning their instruments raw, off the street, in the juke joints, in the churches, in the back alleys. They had, you had musicians who had broken clarinets. You had musicians who had drum heads that were busted, and they had to improvise and get goat skin or some kind of animal skin and put it over there, a shell to create a drum. So you had that side as well. You had cornetists who had broken horns that only had like one valve working, but they were making music. They were making music in the Congo Square. So you had the people who were learning, in a more formal way, who were attracted to this music that came straight out the street. The beat was great. The music made them dance. It made them celebrate. It made them holler and shout. They were like, what in the heck is this? I got to find out what this is. So you had one side of the coin, you had the other side of the coin. And when they blended together, when they came together, you had a full-on onslaught of music that was liberating and music that told the story of how many streams and attributes and tributaries of a river flowed together to create this ocean of of a musical epiphany. So I love jazz music. I grew up listening to jazz music through my parents, but one of the greatest ways that I really learned about jazz music was, like I said, when I was a kid in the late 80s, I had older brothers and sisters, and they had, some of the really, really great hip hop albums. And there were groups such as, you had your mainstays. You had the great solo acts. You had your Big Daddy Kane's, your KRS-Ones, you had your LL Cool J's, you had your Curtis Blows. You had those guys from the first part of the golden era. You had your Eric B. and Rakims. You had those guys. And it started to become where the flow and the writing of what we knew rap music to be became more complex. It became more rhythmically involved. It started to become a lot more akin to what the griots and what some of the poets, such as, you know, you had the last poets who were a group out of the 60s and the 70s who spoke of, you know, social political warfare out here in these streets all around the country. You had Gil Scott-Heron. You had poet laureates such as Nikki Giovanni, you know, bringing awareness, bringing these social ills to the streets. And so when you had these MCs who were sort of reaching back and saying, how can I make my rhyme schemes more complex? How can I be more descriptive? And how can I add more of a unpredictable rhythmic approach? So that's where you have MCs like Rakim, who in many accounts and, you know, many of his biographies and many things that were written about him, he talked about how he listened to jazz music and how his pops would have John Coltrane and Charlie Parker records just laying around. And Rakim, who was really sort of a, he's a savant when it came to his lyricism, because the way, exactly, Nate, the GOAT, Rakim, he sort of introduced a very complex, descriptive manner into what he was writing. And he talked about how rhythmically he would write and try to copy the rhythms of the great John Coltrane and Charlie Parker. And you can hear it in what he rhymed. So for instance, you have a song, one of my favorite songs, called Follow the Leader by Eric B. and Rakim. And in Rakim's verse, he says, follow me into a solo, get in the flow, and you could picture like a photo. Music makes mellow, maintains to make melodies for MCs to motivate the breaks. I'm everlasting. I can go on for days and days with rhyme displays that engrave deep as x-rays. I could take a phrase that's rarely heard, flip it, and now it's a daily word. I can get iller than Nam, killing bomb with no alarm. Rakim will remain calm. Self-esteem makes me super superb and supreme before a microphone. Still I fiend. This was a take. I wasn't supposed to wait. I was supposed to break, but it's motivate. While MCs are biting and swallowing, trying to get the message, and they be borrowing. Brothers tried and others died to get the formula. But I'm gonna let you sweat. You still ain't warm. You a step away from frozen, stiff as if you're posing. Dig into the brain as the rhyme gets chosen. Now follow me while you thinking you were first. Let's travel at magnificent speeds around the universe. What could you say as the earth gets further and further away? Planets as small as balls of clay. I stray into the Milky Way, worlds out of sight, far as the eyes can see, not even a satellite. Now stop and turn around and look. When you stare in the darkness, your knowledge is took. You freeze up and soon you suddenly see a star. You better follow it because it's the R. Here's a lesson if you're guessing and borrowing. Hurry, hurry, step right up and keep following the leader. Some of the complex internal rhymes that Rakim used in his flow it was such a big influence and turned the tide of what lyricism in hip hop came to be. And not only that, he and Eric B, who was his DJ at the time, and one of the great old school producers from back in the day, Marley Marl and Easy Mo B, who contributed to their tracks, they started sampling jazz music. They would intersplice, you know, horn stabs from a sample of Miles Davis or like a big band track. And then from that, you had several other producers who was like, yo, I like this. Let's take this even further. So up steps the Native Tongue Crew, who came about around late 1987, early 1988. You had a few different groups. They all sort of came out of you know, the more eastern side of things on the island of New York. You had a Tribe Called Quest, who came out of Queens. You had the Jungle Brothers, who came out of Queens and Brooklyn. You had De La Soul, who came out of Long Island, and Rakim and R&B also came out of Long Island. So, and these were the parts of New York that still you could wake up, you know, and still see deer in the backyard sometimes, you know. So it was a different perspective than the more sort of grimy, broken glass, sewage smelled parts of, you know, South Bronx and Upper Manhattan. They had a different perspective, and they had a bit more of a poetic scenery to draw from. So yeah, De La Soul, Tribe Called Quest, the Jungle Brothers, and you had quite a few folks who latched on to that, who latched on to the idea of interspersing and blending jazz, funk, soul, rock music, blues, pretty much everything, including the kitchen sink, into it. So let's see. Where I spoke of Rakim. I spoke of all of the groups who sort of pioneered the hip hop jazz movement. You also had Diggable Planets, who definitely they were definitely more influenced by the likes of, say, you know, De La Soul, Tribe Called Quest, but they put their own spin on it because they yeah, leaders of the new school, LONS.
LONS, absolutely.
Yep.
Dash, I see Joe, before we wrap up here, we have Joe having a question. Joe, you want to unmute yourself so we can hear your question?
Hey,
And
hey
then
Dash, I mean, you're like a music encyclopedia, so I have to ask your, you know, I grew up in Ohio, and you know, in the 60s and 70s, out of the unions, right? Out of the big labor unions, you know, there kind of grew a sound, right? Because a lot of the people who worked in the unions could send their kids to schools and send their kids to music camps and all kinds of, you know, gospel things, and you know, where there was kind of an investment in the next generation of musicians that was more formal, you know. So in some ways, out of that grew, like, you know, for instance, the Jackson Five come from Gary, Indiana, and the whole Motown scene. And out of Ohio, Dayton, Ohio has what they call a funk museum, because they claim to be the home of funk, right? And now Cincinnati claims the opposite. They claim that they are. But I'm just curious if you can tell us any about the history of funk and sort of that growth in the Midwest of working class, you know, musicians who, you know, kind of formed the Motown sound. If you know anything about that stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. So yeah, just, you know, just briefly, you know, funk is also that genre, and we can dig into it. It's so much to cover. You know, it's said that James Brown may not have invented funk, but he was certainly in the area when it happened. And the song, I hate to put a singular moment or just like one defining monolithic time period of when it actually happened. But, historians, they claim that James Brown's Cold Sweat was the first official funk song. However, that could or could not be true. But funk also drew from jazz. Yeah. You mentioned some heavy hitters too, man. So you had one of the most important pieces to James Brown's band, who was Bootsy Collins, was from Cincinnati. When Bootsy Collins came to the group, he and his crew, his brother Catfish, and a couple of other members of that group, they were just a small group of kind of, like you said, their parents were, sort of working class. They had a they sort of had the means to buy their children instruments and get to say, hey, play this stuff and stay off the streets. Music in your garage. Don't rob nobody. Don't do drugs or don't sell drugs or whatever. And play these instruments. So when Bootsy Collins and his brother Catfish joined James Brown's band, that sort of opened up the doors for a lot of things, because they brought a particular sound. They brought a certain type of syncopation where you could say something was definitely in the water between the Ohio River and some of the Great Lakes up in the northern parts of Ohio. You could definitely say something was in the water. You had you had the Isley Brothers that came out of Ohio. You had Heat Wave. Keith and Johnny Wilder, the brothers from Heat Wave, they came out of Ohio. A lot of people don't talk about Heat Wave, but they were a huge influence. They had members in their group, such as, even though he was from Britain, his name escapes me now, but he wrote so many beautiful songs. He wrote songs for Michael Jackson, and I can't remember his name now. His name escapes me. But anyway, Heat Wave was real important. Like we mentioned, the Isley Brothers. We had, of course, the Ohio Players. You had one of the great jazz musicians of all time, Rahsaan Roland Kirk, who came out of Ohio, and who incorporated funk into his music. And you had a lot of that sort of Great Lakes and Great Lakes adjacent area, Detroit, Chicago, Ohio, the northern parts of the northwestern parts of New York, Buffalo and Rochester. There's something going on in that area. And they figured it out. They figured out how to give it to people. You had the Daz Band. You had Roger Zapp. You know what I'm saying? There's so many cats coming out that area, and it's beautiful because they were a major influence on modern music and how we approach music to this day. So it's from the Mississippi Delta on up. Yeah.
Yes. Look, I'm sitting here getting all of this in, as everyone else, as we are just having you spill. I see you picked up your instrument. Do you want to give us one last something before we move to the next presenter here, and continue to comment, have questions. Oh, you're gonna play my bass clarinet. Oh.
So I'm going to end it off very briefly. The bass clarinet, which is primarily used in classical and orchestra and chamber music, is one of the last instruments that you would think that would be incorporated into jazz music. But one of the most powerful exponents who's not spoken of enough was a brother by the name of Eric Dolphy, who was born in Los Angeles back in the late 1920s. He was an all-around reedsman. He played bass clarinet, played alto saxophone, played flute, but he played bass clarinet. He also he played with everyone from Charles Mingus to John Coltrane to Thelonious Monk and Herbie Hancock during his brief time here on Earth. And he played a tune. One of his best recordings was one of his renditions of "God Bless the Child," and it was a solo, unaccompanied rendition of it on his bass clarinet. And I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of that, because "God Bless the Child" is a beautiful tune. It's blues, gospel, and it's all soul. So we'll get a little bit into that, and we can ask some questions a little bit, and then, you know, I love y'all. Thank y'all for listening.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Dash. As a former bass clarinetist and someone who wants to get back to it, I am so appreciative of you bringing that rendition to us. As you can see, the chat is blowing up. I would love for us to have questions and comments. However, we still have more. We still have more. And so I want to slide into our next presenter and continue to Dash, if you put your social media information in the chat so folks can stay in contact with you. This has been amazing. It's been amazing. So I want to go ahead, Dash, you have anything closing? And I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next presenter after that.
I just want to say thank you all. Thank you, Falami, for having me. So it's such all too brief of time to get into everything. And I thank you all for listening to me, listening to my somewhat rambling. But you all are beautiful. And hopefully we can do this again. I will definitely leave my information in my social media and email and all of that. And, you know, let's all stay connected. Let's stay in touch. And everybody, like my pop used to say, funk long and perspire.
I love it. I love it. Dash, and let me tell you, for those of you who don't know, and I'm going to go ahead and put it out here right now, we have a podcast for the IMA. I am actually the host for the podcast, and the conversation continues. And it was birthed because of this, because we have so much rich information that we share during the colloquium, and we don't have all the time to continue that conversation. We therefore continue it on the podcast. We have a podcast. We took a break in the summer, and we're going to have another podcast. And Dash, I'm going to now put you on the spot. I would like to invite you to be the guest for my next podcast so we can continue your rambling. How does that sound?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would love to. I'm honored. Let's do it.
Yes, thank you. So and the conversation continues. So look forward when you get an email from me and I'm saying, listen to this podcast, check it out, because we're going to have Dash again. So thank you very much, Dash. I so much appreciate you.
Thank you all. And y'all
Yes.
enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes, you do too. So next, yes, let me now bring on Sister Bassbone. Sister Bassbone, who is a multi-instrumentalist and vocalist, born in Washington, D.C., and her maternal lineage is full of artists and musicians. And so no wonder she began actually performing and playing instruments at the age of 7. She has a wide range of musical influences, including gospel, go-go, blues, jazz, soul, New Orleans second line, ATL house, and Afrobeat. And she happens to also perform with Dash with Musiki in the Common Ground collection. She also is a educator, and she just happens to be privileged to be my wife. So, so without further ado, I introduce to you my beloved, my dear love, Fumi, AKA Sister Bassbone.
Oh, yes, I am so privileged to be married to the Dr. Waifalami DeVoe. I am G. Fumilayo DeVoe, AKA Fumi, AKA Sister Bassbone. Look here, man, look, I gotta get some words together. This has been a fabulous day. I have been here since the DJ started with the ones and the twos, all the way from Joe to Nathan to Dash to, oh my God. And so where I started this, how I started this and where it's going to end, that might be two different things. But originally, I had an original idea. I hope you can see this because I'm trying to multitask these various, I have two screens and only one is working. That part. So I want to go back to Joe actually. And actually it's interesting. One, I can't believe that I'm behind Dash. Let me stop right there. I love Dash. I've been performing with Dash for years, and the brother is as cold as whatever you thought you saw on this screen. To see him live, baby, I'm just letting you know. Dash is dope, and I'm very glad that I get to play with him a lot. So one of the things I wanted to kind of bring all of this together. So we started out with blues. We started out talking about indigenous protest type music. We talked about church, which is where I'm going to land today. I was going to go another direction, but I'm going to start here. So one of the things, first of all, I can't see you, so somebody's going to have to unmute because I'm only working on one screen. Can you hear me? Yes?
You're fine.
Okay, good. Because I'm going to play, I had planned to only play one song. I think I'm going to play two. So I'm saying that to say we started out when we were talking about the blues and the history of the blues and the road trip that we were on with Joe, and I want to do that. And it made me, even preparing for this moment, I had to land, right? So I've been playing music since I was 7. I started out, and that is exactly 44 years. I started out, I'm from DC. I was born and raised in DC in the 70s. And so just like Dash, I think, mentioned, you know, music was one of those things to keep me out of trouble. And so my mother and my community members, they created a nonprofit organization where they taught young people music, and I was a part of that. And that's my earliest beginning. I actually started out playing the clarinet, hated it. I was 7. They made me play it because I was little and I couldn't carry or hold stuff, you know, it was too big. And then I wanted to play the trumpet. And so I've through the years played a number of instruments. But the one instrument that I've always wanted to play is the trombone. So I want to, trying to think of how, see, I shifted and then I shifted again. Once Dash started talking, then I shifted again. So I want to start with one. I was born and raised playing music in church. So there were a number of things that were touched on about playing music in church. One, I was raised in a Pentecostal church, which basically means we had a lot of music, a lot of shouting, a lot of speaking in tongues, a lot of, it's a holiness type thing, and it goes all the way back to our African traditions. And then the music, there were bands in my church. So I grew up listening to brass bands. I mean, the bands were so fire. And this one band was called the Kings of Harmony. You can actually still find the band leader, the original band leader, and his son. They have since passed on, but you can see them, pull them up right now, performing at the Kennedy Center, because we were obviously in DC and they would play every year. But I loved Butch Lil John. Butch Lil John was like my idol. He was touchable. Like I could go see him play, and I always wanted to play like Butch. And I remember there were so many moments where even when I started my first band. I was 14, playing in church. I was the leader of the band. And it was full of trombones and baritone, a sousaphone player, much like a second line. And so what was dope is that there were moments, I remember one of the first times Butch heard me play, and I was like shaking in my boots because I was exactly a teenager. And I'm like, oh my God has showed up. And it was so interesting. And I remember him just sitting beside me and saying, you know, this is how you do the band. You know, you make sure that you get a beat, you know, let the band know the beat, let the drummer know the beat, you know, and then you just flow with it. You just flow with it. So this is completely turning into something that I didn't plan completely, but I want to, I play the trombone, I play the bass, hence the bass bone. I play the kunga and djembe and a bunch of other stuff. But I wanted to start out because somebody brought up in talking about blues. I think one of the comments talked about, mentioned gospel and even mentioned Sweet Honey in the Rock, which is one of my mother's favorite bands. Groups. She loves them. And I'm going to play, because that came up in this conversation today, I'm going to play a song that, well, you know the history of the song, I probably shouldn't play it. And y'all look that up in your own time. Amazing Grace has some very interesting history, but it is also a song that is traditionally played in the church. Black people have, and white people, everybody really have really embraced the meaning of that Amazing Grace. So I'm going to start there. And I want you to, I put this little picture up. Music is what feelings sound like. So hopefully I can get this right. I'm gonna need somebody to unmute again because I cannot see anybody. So hold on. I gotta get my horn warmed up. You understand? You understand? So I have a microphone here. So that's why I keep asking you to let me know. And playing a trombone, you know, there's moments of the volume goes up. So let me know if you can hear this. Do you hear that? I don't hear you.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Loud and clear.
Huh? Is it good?
Loud and clear. Loud and
good.
clear.
All right. So I'm going to start with Amazing Grace because this is actually my roots. You know, I'm a gospel. I started out in gospel. I'm not going to play the whole song because I want to give you want us to talk about some stuff, and then I might play the original song that I was going to play the first time. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But this is Amazing Grace. All right. That's all I'm gonna give you for that. If you're making comments, I can't see anything. So I started there because I want to think about music as healing. So the title of my presentation, and as Dr. Falami said, I am a teacher. I'm a high school teacher. Currently, I work in, I actually get to do social justice work now. I'm a coordinator of equitable schools and academics for the Center for Equity and Social Justice in Atlanta, for Atlanta Public Schools. And so basically that translates to, I came out of the classroom and now I'm able to affect change on a broader scale for equitable schools. That's the bottom line. And so I wanted us to think about the power of the playlist. And I was curious to see what the other presenters were going to do, so that I could just kind of land and flow right in between that. And they gave it to us, right? And so I wanted to add you to the conversation. So you've heard about blues, we've seen blues, we've heard about jazz, we saw the hip hop, we've seen the power revolutionary music. We've almost gone through the eras of time, right? And so I wanted to start with my own story. So first, my own personal story, life as a listener, as a performer of music. And since I'm shifting to my church life when I started out as a musician, I also want to add something that is very interesting, I think. And actually, Dash and I have talked about this the last time I think we talked about gender in music. So when I was in church, when I was a child, the bands, so we had bands and we had choirs. And so the choirs were typically the girls, except for, of course, the tenors and the altos and the baritone singers and such. But the band was pretty much the boys, right? It was the band boys, right? And so all my life, I wanted to be a band boy. Like, I wasn't trying to be a boy. I just wanted to play the music. The music was right for me. The music was healing. The music just, gave me chills as such. And so when I think about the resistance that I've had as a female musician, it's been very interesting. And so I'm only going to share probably one or two stories about that. So one of the things that happened when I moved to Dallas, Texas. I was in my 20s at this point, and I technically was the leader of the band. However, there was a guy he was the leader of the band, and there was always some conflict between that, right? Of, one, let's just be clear, I was a better player, but I'm not going to be completely vain right now. I was all of that, especially at that time when I was playing much more often, right? And so there was this like conflict all the time. It was always, what song we're gonna choose? What song are we gonna play? The pastor said this, we're gonna play something that relates to that sermon that he just had. And then there's always some conflict. It was always conflict. So when I led the band, literally, when I led the band always had like a smooth, like kind of, harmonious thing going. And when he led the band, it was always a little bit of chaos, right? And it goes to even leadership styles, right? And so that was always interesting. But I will say that it wore me out. And so after a while, I got tired of trying to, play for my position of, the pastor would tell me in the back room, you the leader of the band, but in the front room, the brother was the leader of the band. Honey, that was too much. That was too much. So what I started doing, and in hindsight, I realized how blessed I am. I'm very clear about that. But what I started doing was just figuring out how to play another instrument, stuff that I knew he couldn't play. So I knew he could play the trombone. So I would say, okay, bet, I'm gonna play something else, right? So I started playing the sousaphone because, we didn't have a sousaphone player at the time. Bet, you're not gonna play the sousaphone. He could play the baritone. I could play the baritone. But I was always shifting, and I guess in thinking about it, it is kind of like playing small so that somebody doesn't feel bad about themselves. I'm 50 now, so I get that lesson. But at 20 something, I didn't know what that was. I was just trying to stay in the band and keep the peace at the same time. Well, as time continued, I started realizing that I was going to stop playing with the band, or either they put me off for some random reason, who knows? But I realized at that point, that's when the bass guitar came in, right? Because we didn't have anybody playing, the guitar or the bass guitar. I was like, bet, I'm gonna play the bass guitar. And that is literally how I started playing the bass guitar. And so as time goes on, I just realized the opportunity to play more than one instrument is wondrous. Yes, and it was. So when I realized as I was preparing, I didn't know this, but as I was preparing my departure from this particular church, which was my home church, I remember the very last song I played, with the band. And I didn't even know that it was my last song until I played it. One of my favorite songs by Stevie Wonder is Love's in Need of Love Today. And I remember, the band I was obviously leading the band that particular day, that moment anyway. And I had, what we call the back time, right? So it's just that little groove beat, just dun, 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 dun. That's what we call it, back time, right? And so as we're playing this back time, I'm just singing on this trombone, good morning, evening, friends, here's something I need to tell you. And then I just go on with love's in need of love today. And I was so hurt. But I knew I had to change and I knew I had to move. And so that was like my exit of that one church, my home church that I had been in for about 20 years at that point. And then I went to another church. I'm only going to give you two stories. I went to another church and I was playing. And then I began I saw a theme of ministers or people would like to manipulate my gift of being a musician as either you do this or we're not going to let you play. Wow. Like that's a thing. It's a thing. And it was a thing in my own story. And so I realized, in going back to gender, it's very difficult. It seems like most of the time you think about the musicians that how often do women stay in music? And so back to Dash, Dash and I talked about this. He said about the number of women musicians that he knows and how as we get older, we have families, we have jobs, we have careers and such, and we don't always stay with the music. So that's just one of those things where it's like, I've tried to stay. I have stayed. I should have made a video. I should have made a movie, a CD by now, and I have not. So I say that to say, music as healing, right? So for those of you who know my wife, Dr. Falami, she really deals with, and a lot of her research is grounded in self-care, right? Self-healing, taking care of yourself. And I want to invite you to think about how music has been healing for you. How is it healing for you? We talked about in the course of the day, we talked about, healing or the music being happy, being uplifting, the music giving voice, the music even sometimes you hear music and you feel, anger, or you feel support, or even creating your own music, you scare yourself, right? Someone mentioned that today about, I didn't know that was going to happen. That's what music does. And so when you think about music as healing, you think about what are you listening to, right? What kind of music do you listen to? And when you listen to that, how are you reflecting? So all week long, I've been trying to figure out how's this presentation going to go. And in the meantime, I really went down memory lane of my musical time, the time when I was, just yesterday, right? Creating. So I borrowed this little information from music therapy, because had I known that was a thing, honey, I probably would be a music therapist. Who knew? And I love this. It says, when immersing people in music can allow them to more easily express themselves, identify, and process difficult experiences, develop social and communication skills, or simply find emotional release. And I'm going to sit there. I want you to think about that. And I want you to think about the song that you hear in your head right now. Put it in a chat. Because the teacher in me is going to make you interact, hopefully. Give me some songs in the chat. One question I had for you today was, what song did you wake up with? So as a musician that lives music and performs music, I always have a song. Like I wake up with these songs. I'm like, why is this song playing? So my song today, I'm going to put it in the chat. And I haven't heard this song in forever. Michael Jackson and Carlos Santana. I love them both. But the song is Whatever Happens, Don't Let Go of My Hand, right? And I was trying to think about why would that song come up? Because this has been a very difficult week for me. And I've been trying to process, it's like bittersweet. I've had good things happen. I've had not as good as I'd like things happen. And it's just been a combination. And even in the process of that, I was like, okay, how does music lift me, right? Somebody said Amazing Grace is still in there right now. Yes, I know. I kind of thought about that after the fact when I was like, oh, I should have asked you that question before I played something. Oh shit. Okay, let me go look that one up. Stevie Superstitious. Yes. Oh yes, good as hell. I love Lizzo. Why man great till he gotta be great. Whoop. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm looking, keep the songs coming. I hope you dance. Oh, you just made me cry. Oh, I love that song. Ooh, now you're gonna make me cry now. Whoever put that in there. Now, so with that, I wanted to move. I'm not looking at my timer here, but I want to kind of keep it moving because I just want you to now engage with what you've heard today, what you've thought about today, what you are thinking and hearing right now. So reflections, and we're going to utilize the chat. Lord, lift us up where we belong. Y'all just really trying to get me to cry up on. I'm not crying here, Dr. George. Please stop and thank you. What is the last song you heard this morning? How did that song make you feel? So now let's get some feeling words. So when I teach my students, I would do a thing on Wellness Wednesday, and I'm like, you know, especially on Wellness Wednesday, give me 2 feeling words in the chat. So I'm gonna ask you, throw me 2 feeling words in the chat that go along with these songs that you're thinking about. 2 feeling words in the chat. Feel, nostalgic, melancholy. Good. Now here's a question. Did you wake up with the song or did you hear the song playing? So you can just type woke up or it was playing. Empowered, happy, woke up with it. Yes, happy, meditative, woke up. I'm glad we all woke up. Amen. Ashe. Okay, so I'm looking at the timer. So what I'm going to, if I had more time, I think I would do this, but I invite you, I'm challenging you to create a playlist because I want you to think about, and maybe you have one. This is great. Make some more. Playlists are great. I think they're awesome. But the healing power of playlists. So, you know, I put up some ideas, right? Sunday morning, what would your Sunday morning playlist look like? What would your writing playlist? I'm still a student. So when I write, there are certain days that I have one playlist playing for writing, which is no music, no words. And then there are other days where I'm just like straight Fela Kuti and you know, and I'm you know, I'm just going in, right? What's your pandemic playlist? What songs helped you to make it through the pandemic? Oh, I know, we're still here. What songs are helping you to continue to make it? I like to garden when I'm sleeping, when I'm working out, when I travel. If you're driving down the street, you know, one of the greatest things that I was able to do during the pandemic, particularly when we were in the thick of it last year, sometimes I just get in my car and I would just drive because obviously it was safe in my car. So I'm driving down the street and I'm just playing music. Look at all this music coming up in here. The pandemic playlist, First Aid Kit song, My Silver Lining, right? So I just want you, we won't have time, obviously, to do it today because this has been such a full day. But I want you to think about playlists. I have songs, even when I apply for jobs, when I'm going for a job interview, when I'm getting on the stage, I got a song for everything, honey. Chill songs, walking, dancing, children. That looks like it says children support. I don't know why that says support.
Date night songs, date night songs.
Yes, ma'am. Love songs. See how she always, see how she trying to be up there. That's my thing. But definitely I have love songs. As a matter of fact, I played a song. I sang a song for that said person that keeps saying things in the chat and unmuting. So I want to encourage you to, even if you're not a musician, one, play something, anything. But we all can play music. We all can play playlists. We all can find our healing places and spaces in music. So I do challenge you to play, make some song lists, some playlists. And I think I have, let's see what else I have. Share, well, I'm going to assume for the sake of time that we have put some songs in our playlist in this chat. Anderson .Paak, yes, I love him. Love him. I just can't even remember the name of the song. All right, so I have questions and answers, but I think I want to play one more song. Do I have enough time to play one more song? Are there any questions?
So you do have like 2 minutes, and then we can have Q&A, and then we have the last 10 minutes for Angel to come. So if there are any questions, but yes, you can play 2 minutes, and then if there's any questions, comments, you can put them in the chat.
Okay, all right. So we had to speed through. So I did put, I made this little slide where I got the information about music therapy. So some of y'all might want to be a music therapist because that was some interesting stuff. And then I actually, as I was thinking about this day, I actually did make my own playlist. It's on Spotify. And I will share that with you in the chat later on. So I'm going to play now the song that I was going to play in the beginning. I'm going to play it at the end. So let's see, hopefully my lip is gonna act right. So this one is, I started out with a gospel tune, Amazing Grace. And this is kind of, to me, it's kind of a protest song. And y'all gonna know this song when you hear it. So let me try to get this together here. My mute's not acting right. So I'm gonna try not to play too loud because my mute like to act crazy right now. Okay, sorry, technical difficulties. Let's see if I can get it. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Last song. Oh yes, sentimental mood. Ain't no stopping us now. Oh, keep the songs coming. I love Burt Bacharach. All right.
Yes, yes, Sister Baseball. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give Sister Basebone a shout out, a thumbs up, hearts, whatever it is. How did that make you feel? Healing. We've been talking about all day today. Music is the heartbeat of the soul. And indeed, we have felt so much soul from each of our presenters as they came in their own way. As they came in their own way. And I am so grateful. We just have so much to be thankful for is in this talent that we have here and this community, all of you who've been engaging today in the chat and having questions and all of that. This is absolutely what community is about. This is what Antioch University, the IMA, is about. And I am so grateful for each and every one that I'm looking at your picture, your name, sending you all hearts. And the way we move today, we moved in community. We moved in a collective spirit. And so I am grateful for you. And we have one last, if you stay with us for another few minutes just to close out. And if you can't stay, I understand because you've given so much today. I have watched, there have been 31 people on here throughout today. So thank you. So I'm going to ask my brother, Dr. Angel Martinez, to close out today and look forward again to another conversation. As the conversation continues, the podcast that we're going to have, my guest will be Dash. We'll also look forward to the colloquium in January, mark that. And if you haven't gotten a chance to submit the evaluation, I'd love to have your feedback. Make sure you check that you were here and please give some comments. So, and Sister Basebone, please put your social media information in the chat as well. So, Angel.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Falami. Thank you so much. Happy and honored to be part of this wonderful festivity and very happy to have heard of Sister Basebone. Really, really appreciate that. So I'll make this fast. So while I'm getting tuned up over here, I want you to type in the chat any names of any musicians, any singers who've passed on. Could be recently, could be a little less recent, but just to commemorate them, because at least remember those artists have enriched our lives and left us some beautiful music, and let's remember them. So just start typing away and oh, okay, great. Okay, so Falami, with your indulgence, I just need to check one sound real quick and I'll be ready to go.
That's fine, brother.
Too low or fine?
Go up some more, please.
Just a little more, okay?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Oops. Well, that's interesting. Hold on a second. All right. Now something's wrong here. Hold on a second. Better?
That's better, yes.
Great, great. I think I'll leave it like that so I don't overpower the bass I got here. So
okay.
So, okay, great. Okay, just a tiny bit over here. Okay. All right, good. Okay, good. All right. So while you're doing that, I don't think I'll be able to see you, but I will like to see at least take some time to acknowledge some of the names over here. And I'll type in a couple myself just to help out over here. Actually, just to remember them. And this is a great list. What I saw here, Don Everly, that's right, yeah. Bonnie Pete, sousaphone player for New Orleans, Louisiana Hot Brass Band. Okay. Charlie Watts, Marvin Gaye, Garnett Sote, James Brown. Mikisa Theodorakis. Yes, his name's been passed around. Bill Withers, yeah. Michael Jackson, John Prine, Aretha Franklin, Laura Nero, Clarence McDonald. I'm also adding Mano Dibango. Some of you remember from Somacosa. uh, definitely Bismarcky, and Johnny Pacheco and Johnny Ventura. And I see Prince, Mahalia Jackson, Chick Corea. Oh, Lee Scratch Perry. Yeah, that's right. BJ Thomas. Yeah. Okay, Selena. Yes, this is wonderful. So in the little time we have left, yeah, Johnny Pacheco. So I won't be able to see on the screen, but I'm gonna leave us out with this song I wrote called "The Poor Are Gonna Build a Spaceship." So we're talking about healing, and part of healing is imagining our future. When the poor people build up the movement, they could truly build anything. When the poor people build up the movement, they could truly build anything. The poor are gonna build a spaceship, it's gonna run on poor people's power. The poor are gonna build a spaceship, it's gonna run on poor people's power. When the man's building up for war, we're building to be free. With cans and bottles picked off the street and some big old TVs. With aluminum platters from the food pantry, step ladders and thrown out chairs. Ripping off prison bars and border walls and liberating gas from rich people's cars. The poor are gonna build a spaceship, it's gonna run on poor people's power. The poor are gonna build a spaceship, it's gonna run on poor people's power. You can talk all kinds of power, yet with the power of the poor, we'll rise up to the skies and into the sea. In case you wonder where the money is, pay it now, not paying the rent. That's right. In case you wonder where the money is, pay it by not paying the rent. With all poor people all over the world together, say Mother Earth. With all poor people all over the world together, say Mother Earth. We're gonna build a spaceship. It's gonna run on poor people's power. The poor are gonna build a spaceship. It's gonna run on poor people's power. The poor are gonna build a spaceship. It's gonna run on poor people's power.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Ah, speechless, speechless. Thank you. Thank you, Angel. Angel, thank you so much for bringing that. Just speechless. Build that spaceship. Yes. Joe, I'd like for you to close it out briefly so we can most definitely let folks have the rest of their afternoon and evening. Thank you so much.
Angel, what a great way to finish. Funmi, that was just unbelievable. Dash, I can't wait for the podcast and to talk more about the history of music, just encyclopedia. Nathan, you are the blues, man. You're the blues novelist and the jazz novelist and the multi-genre novelist. Amazing your work. And Shane, I love you. I can't see you there, but really appreciate what you brought to us today, and I hope you come around for our next one. We want to have you around for all these. We need a DJ. Falame, we need a DJ. Anyway.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Falame, thank you for just bringing the spirit of the heart of the soul and really love you all, and peace, and go forth in this world and create peace. And that's all I have. If anyone wants to say something else, please have the final word.
It was a beautiful Saturday afternoon. I definitely enjoyed this.
Yes.
I'm inspired.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, if there aren't any other comments that you'd like to unmute yourself or show yourself on the camera, continue to, you are welcome. It is my pleasure to coordinate this and bring it all together. And it's really about community. And I am so grateful to be able to be a holder and convener of community. And so thank you. And we'll see you in January. Make sure you follow us on Instagram at Antioch University IMA. And we'll see you again on January. Have a good one.